Hello, everybody, and I would like to thank my wonderful subscribers. Hello, everybody, and welcome to. Let me do here. Sorry, wrong area. How did this work? Well, I can't use any of these, but they did the old one. So I get this one? No, that's a different one. So I would do the new game. And I would go to trials and tribulations. Also, yeah, okay, so this one has one vertical line behind the word Ace Attorney. This one also does that. But this one, trials and tribulations, it uses one orange, one yellow line below trials and tribulations. And trials has each word is underlined, and then there's a line. Yeah, that's a new thing. I wonder what was the design process behind choosing that. But yeah. Let's keep going right now. Okay, first game is Turnabout Memories, and is that a live MFA? Oh my god. She wore is this like a past taste she was on? Because usually she wore a blazer. Usually she wore something under her suit to at least pretend she was trying to hide her breasts. But wow. Okay, you do this. How did I get into this mess? My god. Why? Why did I do that? Okay, maybe it was an accident. Who are the? Huh. Okay, Tail, you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you, for your sake, if you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news. You're lying. Listen to me. There's something you need to know about that Dale. Stop it! Don't talk about her like that. What? P? Wait, is that? It wasn't me. I didn't. Oh, that's fucking Phoenix. I didn't do it. He was involved in a murder case before we ever met him? 5 years earlier, MFA second trial. Okay, so 5 years from our present time, I suppose. And yet, keep going. Oh my god, there's a whole new character. If I knew how to do a female voice, I would definitely use it, but I don't know how to do that. So you're getting the same bullshit. Whew, it's finally time. I'm kinda nervous. Oh my god! Glowspurge! Wearing a red suit! You were way more confident in the old days. No wonder you talked about Yemens or whatever. Oh, Mr. Glowspurge, good morning. Oh, Mia, please calm yourself down. You gotta get yourself arrested for suspicious behavior, you know? Oh, what are you talking about? I am react, Glowspurge. Look at me. I react. Let go of my pals. You obviously don't have the temperament to be a lawyer. Oh, you have no idea what your little apprentice to do in the future. Apprentice? Apprentice? Student. What your student to do in the future. I'm so sorry. It's just, I'm so nervous today. Oh, that's right. This is your first trial, is it not? It is your first time in the big leagues, isn't it? Well, never you fear, my dear. I, Marvin Glowspurge, am at your service. Actually, this is my second time in Tort. You clearly didn't watch the touch scene. Still, you surprised me. Well, what with your early request last night? Let me handle this case, you suddenly said, and quite forcefully, too. I just found out yesterday about the case, I mean. What? You've already learned all the relevant facts? About that. You see, I mean, of course I have. I think. Oh dear. In any case, don't let her try to see you so nervous. You see that poor young man in the pink sweater over there? That's our client. And my eyes, they really ain't closing. Oh my gosh. Are you sick? Also, what was this thing made? Did they perfectly predict the rise of face masks? Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Try to keep smiling, Mia. That's cute. It's like the beginning of her ideology that, like, a lawyer should always have a smile. I just wanted to say, I'll give it all I've got. Yep, it will be fine. No problem. Oh, what's wrong? Do you have a cold or something, Mr. Rye? Mr. Rye? Actually, it's right. Right, the flying blubbers. People should glue it up all the time. Really? How do you glue up that name? Yeah, even if you pronounce it as the direction, they're still saying the same word, so like, I don't think it really matters what, like, how do people say rye? Also, I hate how they, like, I hate how Mia mispronounces his name, just like she goes on to mispronounce Larry Butt's name. That's funny. Yeah, oh, Terry Butt. Or what was it called? It was, what was it? Oh, Harry Butt. Instead of Larry Butt, it's Harry Butt. And yes, I have a told. That's what this mask is for. My thought says that this way, I won't give it to anyone else. Be kind to others, she says. Give me 1 minute. Yeah, I need to open the window here. Yeah, I need to get the sleep out of my body as fast as possible. Okay, yes, you're doing. Right, Mr. Wright. You have nothing to fear in court today. If you are truly innocent, I promise I will save you. Please, let go of my shirt. Wow, Mia, you really had a touching problem. Thank God you cheered that by the time we met. That's right. He's the one on trial. He's the one who should be nervous. You need to stay strong for your client, Mia. My name is Mia Fey. I'm still pretty new to this lawyer thing. The first time I appeared in court was a year ago. Okay, that makes sense. Phoenix usually takes a couple months between each case. But that trial traumatized me so badly. I thought I never set foot in another courtroom. Okay, so maybe it's for a very different reason than Phoenix. Takes his time. It's been 1 year since then. And well, here I am. But this time, This time, I'm going to win. For my client. And for myself. Okay. She wants to, like, redeem whatever happened to her in a past case. Okay. Courtroom. Who's that? Wow, you did not age at all. Yeah, I think I haven't seen Mia yet, but like, Glowspur wears a different suit at least, and Phoenix, you're like a whole different person. Court is now in session for the trial of Phoenix Wright. Oh my god. Sorry, Mia. I apologize. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense today is Miss Mia Fey, was it? Yes, Your Honor. Is there a problem? I was under the impression that Marvin Grossberg would be leading the defense. Yes, well, you see, Mr. Grossberg had a bit of an accident. Or a bit of an emergency. Emergency? But isn't that him standing there right next to you? Wow. Okay, it seems like Mia wasn't always the super genius at this job. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, yes. You're just a rookie. Are you sure you can really handle this? Hey, Judge, why do you always do this, right? The first time Phoenix was in court, you said something quite similar. You said, oh, you're just a rookie. You might need a test to help you. Like, why are you looking down on rookies? You do know that everyone has to start somewhere, right? Don't let him scare you, Mia. Give him your toughest shot. Okay. I wonder what it is. Okay. Oh, and that's where Phoenix started. Of course, Your Honor. I think. Well, Mr. Payne, your opening statement, please. Well. I can't believe a veteran like me had to spend time babysitting the new defense lawyer. Don't worry, Littledale. It will all be over soon. My knuckles are completely unclapped. What was that? Was she trying to trash talk me? Now then, I would like to proceed with a summary of the events on the day in question. The incident occurred on the campus of Ivy University. That is, of course, an Ivy League university, which means it's a really good schedule. The murder victim was a student named Don Floro. He liked to swallow penises into his mouth. He was a fourth-year student studying pharmacology, the science of how to use pills to make your dick bigger. It sounds like he was a very bright young man. Well, yes, well, next we have the photo taken at the scene of the crime. Oh my. Students discovered the scene shortly after the murder. Students discovered the scene shortly after the murder. They found the victim's body, and the defendant, who had obviously bundled his getaway. They then told the police. That certainly does make the defendant look very suspicious indeed. Very well, the court accepts this photo into the record as evidence. Crime photo 1. The crime took place behind an IVU building. Added to court record. By the way, I can't quite tell the cause of death from this photo. Your reputation for sagacity is well earned, Your Honor. The truth is that this victim died a rather unusual death. An unusual death? What do you mean, Mr. Payne? Well, perhaps the defense would like to take this question. Huh? A simple question. I thought I might loosen you up a bit. You do not want to say that. It sounds so much better than you think it does, Winston Payne. I am a genteel man, if you will. A what? God, she's actually like, so cute like this. Like, her yap and her little beat of flat. You never really see Mia flat. You never really see her flat in Pleasant Day because she's too calm and collected. But this one's just like, she goes for it. Stand up to him, Mia. Show him what you're made of. A perfect opportunity. Well, what was it? The cause. Go on. But please, say you won't know this much. I'm so sorry. I didn't get a chance to read through the whole file. My hemorrhoids are beginning to act up. What are hemorrhoids again? I feel like I heard what hemorrhoids were in my past, but right now I do not know what hemorrhoids are. I think they're like on your butthole. I think on your butt. Now see here, the details of this case are filed under the court record. But you knew that much already, didn't you? The court record. I think I can see that by pressing the R button. All the weapons we need can be found in the court record. And by that, I mean literal weapons. I keep my Tommy gun in the court record. Take a good hard look at the data and take a good hard look at the data there, and think carefully before you answer, my dear. Yes, sir. I'll do just that. Okay, I gotta stay calm. I tell you that prosecutor did the better of me. The court record. Okay, let's have a look. I just press the R button. Attorney's badge, proof of my profession. The first and last time I wore it was a year ago. Really? Huh, you take it off? Doug's autopsy report. Time and date of death, 4/9 at 3 p.m. Cause of death was a fatal electric shock. Okay. Now then, would the attorney for the defense please answer the question? What was the cause of death? Electrocution. Wait, shit, I want to do the other one now. Fuck. According to the... sorry, my voice is just fucking awful. According to the court record, it was a fatal electric shock. In other words, electrocution. Electrocution. But how could such a thing happen? Did the murderer use some sort of new superpower? Perhaps? The answer to that will become crystal clear as this trial proceeds, Your Honor. But before that, there is one more vital issue. What's that? Why, motive, of course. Apparently, there was some bad blood between the victim and the defendant. Okay, usually we don't really talk about murders when it's a first case. Although, actually, I think Winston Payne, we had battled him 3 times. And in the first case, he said the motive was that, Cindy Sedone had broken up with Yaley, and that his anger was the motive. And in this case, apparently, there's also bad blood. The only case where he hasn't talked about motive was the second one. So, like, maybe Winston Payne really does care about motive. Which is very interesting. Bad blood? What do you mean? Oopsie, I'm terribly sorry. You're the defense attorney. You must know all about it. So I shouldn't have been stealing your spotlight like this. I really don't like this guy's some mud attitude. That's Winston Payne for you. He's one smooth operator if you catch my drift. Yes, sir, your drift has been tapped. They don't call him the rookie killer for nothing. Give me 1 minute. Wait, no, I'm not gonna use the bathroom right now. Okay. They don't call him the rookie killer for nothing. Now then, let's hear from the defense. What was the source between the bad... What was the source of the bad blood between the victim and the defendant? And this time, I would like to see some supporting evidence. Judge, I could have done that the first time. All I would need to do is present this. I do wonder what it is. We only had 3 pieces of evidence, and it's not any of these, so I think I have to go here. Marvin Grossberg, my superior and head of Grossberg Law Offices. 61. Female Wright, age 21. My client, a third-year art student. She's an art student at Ivy University. He currently has a told. Doug Follow, 22. The victim. He was a 4th-year pharmacology student at Ivy University. Oh, I get it. He told Doug Follow because he makes pills. Yeah, that's kind of what his branch is supposed to teach or know how to do. Make pills. Okay, I get it. Dahlia Hawthorne, age 20. Oh wow. Okay, so 2 years, 1 year age difference. Okay. Phoenix Wright's girlfriend. What the fuck? You're not gay? Dated the victim, Doug Follow, until 8 months ago. Winston Payne, 49. The prosecutor for this trial. A veteran lawyer with a little too much confidence. Okay. So, the only thing that could possibly be a motive is the Dahlia Hawthorne, I guess. She was dating both of them at York, right? No need to get worked up over this. As I said, all more weapons to be found in the court record. Find the evidence you need, and then shove it into old Greybeard's face. Yes, sir, into old Greybeard's face. Mr. Grossberg, try to set a better example for the young lady. Hey, wait, didn't Mia Fey say something like that to us? Like, shove it in their faces? I feel like she said that at some point, right? Mia, evidence isn't the only thing in the court records. In the court record, people's profiles are there as well. You can toggle between profiles and evidence with the R button. So be sure to go all over it. Now then, let's see what you thought. What was the cause of bad blood between Phoenix Wright and the victim? It was a female. The only thing that can divide any men. Wait, was that her objection? I need to hear that again. I did not really did hear of that objection. The reason for the bad blood between the two of them was this woman here. Dahlia Hawthorne, is it? Really good, Miss Fay. You seem to have picked up on at least this much. This woman is the girlfriend of the defendant, Phoenix Wright. But up until 8 months ago, she was with the victim, Mr. Flolo. Oh, and the Flolo is also a bird. Phoenix and Flolo are both birds. Okay. Maybe that's her type. It's just whoever has a bird name. Watch out, Robin. You're next. She done it again. Before the cross-examination starts, he's already got the judge thinking like he wants. Well, yeah, Grossberg, but like, the judge's mind is easily changed. It's fine. Also, I liked how, this story is kind of telling us the origin of Mr. Payne. Because, in the first ever case, wasn't it, Winston Payne? He had a hard time getting his points across. But in this one, it's a veteran lawyer with a little too much confidence. So, that implies that he uses all of that. And I wonder how. Well, obviously we beat him, but, is that enough to ruin him? Very well, Mr. Payne. Please call your first witness. If it pleases the court, the prosecution would like to call Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? The defendant himself? Well, Miss Fay, it's fine. After all, Mr. Wright is innocent, right? The defense has no objections. Very well. Hammer. The court told Mr. Phoenix Wright to the witness stand, not the defendant stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Oh, yes. My name is Phoenix Wright. My job is, well, right now, I guess I'm a suspect. Wait, should I be muffling my voice right now? No, he means what you did before you were arrested. I mean, you're not getting paid to be a suspect, you know? You need to learn what a job is. Oh, I was a university student. Mr. Wright, you understand that you are suspected in the death of your fellow student, but I didn't do it. I'm innocent, I tell you. I'm not gonna cover my mouth the whole time, guys. I can't handle that. Would the defendant please refrain from passing on his told to the rest of us? It seems the witness has something he wants to say. Well then, Mr. Wright, please tell us about your relation to the victim. Right away, Your Honor. What did she just say? Does she even know him? The victim and I admit I was there. But I'm not a killer. All I did was find his body. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. I never even talked to that seduced up British wannabe. Phoenix, why would you add that at the end? What part of that was necessary to say at all? I see. So you hardly knew the victim. Right. Like I said, I'm not a killer. Whew. It looked like the judge understands. You don't really notice, but like, when you look at it, some of the characters actually have very interesting character poses. Like, look at Mia. First of all, if you like, obviously like her arm is like, wait, would it be like this way? So I'm trying to figure out what the direction is. So yeah, it would be like this one, and then this arm goes here, so like, but yeah, it's not all her fingers, it's just like, the two middle fingers are the ones that are lying down. The other two are up in the air, and like, those are really unique poses. And I have to wonder, like, how did she develop them? Because they're actually really interesting, especially like the mouth one. But also, we've never seen her do that. But you know what? Maybe that's because she's never been the lead in a case. We've seen her as a co-counsel, so I guess that's probably why she doesn't do them. Or maybe she never needed to date this hard, because, she's just like, in our pleasant time, she's already smart enough to know without doing any hard dating. You're being naive, Too naive. Huh? He. It seems you've forgotten one small thing, young lady. And that would be, this witness still has to undergo something called cross-examination. Isn't that my job? Cross-examination. He's right. And it's the defense's duty to carry out the cross-examination. The purpose is to determine if a witness's testimony contains any contradictions. Well, yeah, but I could just do a very bad job. Yeah, you're acting like I have to do it really good. All I have to do is not ask good questions, and we'll be okay. Contradictions? What are those? If a witness is lying, their statement will conflict with the court record. But Mr. Wright is my client. Yeah, why would we do a good job at it? Even if he is your client, in tort, all eyes must be struck down. I mean, yeah, I do agree with that, but yeah, why would we be the one to strike them down? Isn't the prosecution supposed to do that too? Why doesn't he do a cross-examination? Or I guess it would be direct questioning, because in real life, usually like when you call a witness, the person who calls the witness, they get the testimony, and then like they can question the witness, and then after that, the other side gets to cross-examine. I'm pretty sure that's where the name comes from, you know, like, you're cross-examining because they aren't yours. If they were yours, it would be called questioning. Instead, it's cross-examining. As a lawyer, that is your duty, you see. I do agree with that. What does she mean? What does she mean by? What does she mean by that? Is she saying that testimony just now, that it was a lie, a contradiction? Now then, your cross-examination, if you please, Miss Fay. Please, Mr. Wright, tell me you haven't been lying. You wouldn't do that to me, would you? Wow, Mia is already very, like, you already believe in him far too much. The victim and I. Cross-examination. I admit I was there. But I'm not the killer. All I did was find a body. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. I never even talked to that shut-up British wannabe. Hold it, okay? That was okay. I wish it was a bit louder, though. Mr. Wright, you stated the following in your testimony. God, I'm tired. Am I right? You know how when you yawn, somebody next to you will yawn too? Do I have like a feedback loop where whenever I yawn, it just keeps happening? That sucks. Mr. Wright, you stated the following in your testimony. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. That's right. I mean, why would I even? But that doesn't sound right. If you hardly knew him, then why would you say that the victim was a stuck-up British wannabe? That there should still been in the past. I'm sorry if there's disrespectful me. It's like you're really beautiful. You know that. You know that. I know you know that. I write this one too. I mean, hey. Sorry. Then why would you say the victim was a stuck-up British wannabe? Are you gonna react to that? No? Really? Well, Mr. Wright? No, it wasn't me. I'm not a killer, I swear. I never accused you of being the killer. I'm just asking you a question. Do you know the victim? Oh shit, wait, sorry. It flipped. Okay. Mr. Wright, I will give you an opportunity to revise your testimony. And then, if you mess that one up, I will give you another opportunity. And after that, another one. Because I love giving people second chances. How is it that you knew the victim was, as you put it, a British wannabe? Yes, well, he was always walking around with a huge... Union Jack on the back of his shirt. What is a Union Jack? Did you see it at the crime scene? The Union Jack, I mean? Yes, that's right. I saw it at the crime scene. That's why I figured he must be a British stuff, you see? Okay? How do you know he just wasn't British? It's true. Cross my heart. Also, just because I see a dead body wearing a t-shirt, that doesn't mean I'm automatically going to assume that he loves whatever is on the shirt. It's true. Cross my heart. I swear I didn't do it. I still did not accuse you of doing it. He's acting fishier than the salmon I ate last night. Ooh, you ate salmon last night. May I ask you something, Miss Fay? Yes, Your Honor? What is it now? Who is this person anyway? This Union Jack fellow? Yeah, what is it? Well, don't you like he's dumb for asking a question? You didn't make me feel bad for not knowing the answer. The Union Jack is the name of the British Kingdom's flag. Yeah, it is. Okay. I did not know it had a name. Oh, I see. So you mean like the stars and stripes, right? Oh, is that the name of our flag? Do we call it that? I don't think we ever call it stars and stripes, do we? As usual, Your Honor, your insight astounds me. Hey, something just occurred to me. Isn't there something strange about this bit just now? Mia, there's a contradiction here. Mr. Closebird. Quit you now. Show that boy what you mean. With evidence, I mean. Okay, Mia. Check the court record carefully. Well, my dear, you think you can manage on your own from this point? I actually really want to see Mia ask for help. I don't know what's wrong with me. Oh, it's orange. I mean, it's... Well, yeah, it's more like a yellow, mustard yellow color. That's weird. I wonder what the other colors are. Mr. Closebird, I could use your help. Please don't look so sad. It brings a tear to my eye when you do. Aw, how sad did I look? Okay, but, that was okay. That was... Wow, they made, You know, we always knew that they had a, relationship. We just didn't know what it was. 1 year ago, I was in a courtroom just like this. I did do this. I did handle myself. You mustn't try to bite off more than you can chew, Mia. I'll be fine. I know what I have to do. Remember, you can always press him to get more information. And one more thing. When you investigate a contradiction, make sure you present some decisive proof. Okay, Mia, one more time. From the very beginning of his testimony. Okay, we can't argue with this. We can't argue with this. We already pointed this one out. I guess the only thing we can do is check if he was wearing that shirt. Well, I don't see it on this one, but I don't know. It seems like the photo would cover up most of it. I think I'll do it anyway. It's the only other option. Okay, it's a decent objection. Not as powerful as, like, Phoenix is, but I get it. You can't all be a Phoenix. Are you certain you saw this, the Union Jack? Yeah, I'm sure. It was right there on his back. Miss Faye, is there some point to this line of questioning? Yes, I just let me ask it first. Your Honor, please take another shot at the time seeing the photo. As you can see, there's absolutely nothing on the victim's back. Something that you can obviously see in all of its detail. Hey, wait a minute. He's wearing a rubber jacket. The Union Jack was on the back of the t-shirt he was wearing. Phoenix. Yeah, Phoenix. How would you know that if you found a dead body and you never talked to him before? I was under the impression that you accidentally came across the body. But if that really was the case, then you wouldn't know that, would you? You have no idea what he was wearing underneath that jacket. Mr. Wright, you've been lying to me. Please forgive me. Mia, you made our client cry. You not told me to, like, present evidence and should write down contradictions. What am I supposed to do if that person is our client? Yet him, that pee on his chest doesn't stand for Phoenix anyway. It's damn for pussy. He's a pussy. I can't believe I trusted him. Mr. Wright was all wrong. He. That was an impressive bit of cross-examination. Thank you for uncovering the defendant's lies for me. So, yeah, okay. Payne, that is a really smart move. The only issue I have with that from a writing standpoint is that, like, Winston Payne did that. And it was a pretty smart thing to do, like, getting the defense attorney to reveal the lies for you, that's pretty smart. The part that feels dumb from a writing point of view is that Marvin didn't say anything. I know, like, technically, like, in the universe, our philosophy has always been to, like, seek out the truth before you do anything. But, like, is that really an in-universe rule? I always thought that it was just our philosophy as Phoenix Wright, not, like, the law. It's quite clear that this man did not simply stumble upon the scene of the crime. Oh. Uh-oh. Did I go too far? By the way, Mr. Wright, you seem to have a rather bad cold. Have you taken any medicine for it? Yeah, I took some, but was the medicine you took an over-the-counter brand called Killer X? Okay, guys, 1 minute. Okay, guys, we are back. Yeah, that's right. It kills colds good. Hey, wait a minute. How did you know I'm a big fan of Told Killer X? Well, he didn't. He didn't know you were a big fan, but I presume that he found the bottle. I love to laugh. I hope I never use my ability to laugh out loud like this. What am I, 49? I'm sure that nothing bad has happened in my life that would make me stop being a laughing maniac. Would you happen to have that medicine with you right now? Well, actually, I seem to have lost it somewhere. Lost it? Did this even have anything to do with the taste? Oh, you bet it relevant if he's talking about it. Mr. Wright, shall I tell you where your told medicine is right now? Huh? Your Honor, I like you to take the yacht, another yacht and a photo from the crime scene. What is this? In the victim's hand. It's Told Killer X. Yes, but even I've got a bottle of Told Killer X in my apartment. It doesn't be the same one because of the prescription. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that argument won't work. There's no doubt as to who this bottle of Told Killer X belongs to. Especially since Mr. Wright's fingerprints are all over it. Or that. What? Ooh, another damage supply? That was pretty hot. You probably go back. Sensing his murderous intent, Mr. Swallow must have picked up the bottle of medicine dropped by Mr. Wright and hid it in his hand. His purpose in doing so could only have been to identify his killer as Phoenix Wright. I mean, I guess that's a solid argument. I can't really argue against it. It does prove that, Phoenix Wright isn't just the person who stumbled upon the body after he died. Somehow, so Winston Payne actually is doing a pretty good job at, fingering Phoenix. Your Honor, I would like to present this photo and bottle as evidence. Very well. The court will accept them into evidence. The victim's watch stopped at the time of death. I'm gonna trust that's true. Found clutched in the victim's hand, covered in Wright's fingerprints, Told Killer X added to the court record. Also, the victim's wristwatch was broken. Broken? Yes, it ceased functioning when a large wave of electricity passed through it. So that's how we are so clear on the time of death. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have some kind of explanation for all of this? This is really bad. Oh, my buttocks! My poor hemorrhoids. Okay, so yeah, hemorrhoids do have to do with your butt. Ew. What really happened? The truth is, I went because he told me. He was in the pharmaceutical department, so we agreed to meet at 2:45 behind that building. We talked for a bit, and then at around 3, we split up. Then later, I went back and found him lying there. I've been wailing I've been taping Told Killer X for the past 2 or 3 days. But I all had my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the accident. Mr. Wright, that's completely different from the testimony you gave before. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was afraid you wouldn't believe the truth. You'll forgive me if I harm you. You'll forgive me if I say I hardly find your current testimony any more credible. Miss Faye, please begin your cross-examination. Oh, please, Mr. Wright, please don't tell any more lies. Your reputation can't hold it. What happened? The truth is, you told me. Okay, I think we should press up right on this one. Have you ever met the victim before then? No, never. But that day, he called me up and said he wanted to talk about Dolly. Dolly Parton? And who is this Dolly person? It totally didn't be Dolly Parton. Is my, she's kind of embarrassing. She's my sweetheart. Oh, that's so cute. You know you're cute. Ooh. Oh, well, what was that for, Mia? Oh, I'm so sorry. I just felt like slapping something all of a sudden. Mia, I did not know you had a more violent side. I think you take after your cousin a bit. Dahlia Hawthorne was also the lover of the murder victim, Judge Swallow. Before she met Mr. Wright, that is. So you're one of those nasty love triangles. I see. We're also in the party judicial department. Was it Mr. Swallow who indicated you should meet at 2:45? Yeah, and we were both there right on time. You said the victim was in the pharmaceutical department, correct? Yeah, he was understanding how to manufacture and improve pharmaceuticals. He wanted to make growth enlargers. Everyone told him the chemist of IVU, even though there were hundreds of other students in that course. Did he deserve that title? I don't know. An alchemist, I see. I gotta admit, it was a little suspicious. He had a whole laboratory and everything. It was filled with chemicals and strange devices that run on high voltage electricity. I don't actually know what the difference is between low voltage and high voltage. What's the difference? You wanna let me know? Down below? Oh, how fascinating. He sounds like he was quite the ambitious young man. What do I do? Maybe I should ask him for more detail. Of course, yeah, not yet. Give me a minute. Okay. Asked about the meeting of the murder. Are you actually certain you met him at 2:45? Yeah, pretty sure. That was the time slash ends. But they're only doing experiments, so it doesn't matter much. Experiments? Yeah, those pharmacology students are always whipping up something in the labs. Well, you're right, she's right about the time anyway. Whitney, you can't go on with your testimony. So yeah, so we should go back. Okay. Yeah. Forget about it! No, you're too dumb. I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about the pharmacology department. Oh, well, sure. I don't know all that much, though. A little bit earlier in your testimony, you said something interesting. You said that the department uses subterranean machines that run on high voltage electricity. That's right, and they sure look dangerous. They use non-standard voltages, so there are high voltage tables everywhere. High voltage tables? Wait. That's what it is. Okay. It looks so low to the ground, though. Yeah, there were electricity poles set up all around the building. That's weird. Yeah, but why would they do all that work for the pharmacology department? I feel like if they would do it, they would do it for the engineering department, not the pharmaceutical department. What kind of pharmaceutical creation requires high voltage machines anyway? If you guys know, let me know down below. Finally, I think we're getting somewhere. We talked about a bit and then we split up. So what was it you talked about? You were talking about? You know, maybe we should hang out again sometime. Didn't you literally just tell him a stuck up British wannabe? Hang out again sometime. I wish that were true. Her hold it isn't that bad. So, you went back. Yeah. Like when I found the body. Yes, but why did you go back in the first place? Weren't you angry with him? Well, that's right. I was. Then why, Mr. Wright? Why did you go back there? I thought maybe we could make up. What the heck? Nobody believes in that. Judging by the atmosphere, I'm pretty sure nobody's buying that. I have been taking Cold Killer X for the last 2 or 3 days. It's rather unusual to attach a toll this time of year, isn't it? I don't know, is it? What year is this? Yeah, I only get curious when the weather starts to warm up. I guess I shouldn't sleep with the window open this early in spring, huh? Well, I mean, I don't think you should leave the window open at all. Windows are dangerous. Open windows are. I suppose common sense is not always common. So, did anyone else know you were taking this cold medicine? I only took one after meals. So I'm pretty sure all my friends knew about it. You have friends? More than just Yaley? But I lost my bottle of it around sometime on the day of the accident. On the day of the incident, what did you do for lunch? Huh? What did that have to do with anything? You can never be too sure. I always eat with Dolly, just the 2 of us. Dolly's homemade lunches are just the greatest. Her mini omelets are magically delicious. She. Ow! Why did you... Oh, wait. Ow! Why did you punch me in the jaw? Oh, I'm so sorry. I just felt like hurting someone all of a sudden. Damn, Mia, do you have violent tendencies? You really calmed down over the years. But I wonder, why is she doing it so much in this case? I think that's enough for now. So the defendant and the victim met at approximately the time of death. And then the defendant returned to the scene for some unknown reason. I'm not entirely convinced by his information about the tool medicine either. Let me be frank here, Mr. Wright. Really? You want to be told frank? But you already have such a cool name as Judge. Judge Frank just sounds bad. Your testimony cannot be trusted. Damn, that's the first time he's ever said that. He usually says that testimonies are like a bit off or that there seems to be something wrong with them. But I don't think he has ever said that a testimony just can't be trusted. That's crazy. What do you mean? He. I knew it was too much work for a little tail. She's not a little tail, she's only like... Oh wait, we don't have her age. I'm assuming she's in her 20s. However, there is one mystery that still remains. There is, Your Honor, the murder weapon. He's gonna ask about the murder weapon. How the murder was carried out, of course. Just how was the victim executed? I don't believe the murder weapon had been produced yet. Correct? Well, that is, you are correct, Your Honor. So how was Godfather killed? If I could establish somehow how it was done, maybe I could still come out of this smelling like a rose. Your Honor? Yes, Miss Faye? I believe that if we were to piece together everything we've heard up until now, we should be able to solve the mystery of how Doug Ferraro died. Okay? That would be most impressive. He. To like the blast statement coming from a rookie. But even a beginner like you must understand the basic rules of tort. Yes, an attorney must be able to substantiate their evidence with evidence. Must be able to substantiate their arguments with evidence. Wait, I do? That's my job? I had no idea. Of course I know that. Actually, I had totally forgotten. Now then, Miss Faye, let's see what you got. Okay? Show me how you believe the victim was executed. Well, the only thing we really have is the high voltage electric wire, don't we? I think I present this. Oh yeah, no, I don't really like that. Take that. It's too weak. as for the cause of death, I'd say this picture captures it quite well. What? But there's nothing that even remotely resembles a murder weapon here. I'm afraid the defense doesn't have to explain this in more detail. Miss Faye, where is the murder weapon in this picture? This works, right? Yeah, no, I don't really like to take that. They should have done another take at it. Naturally, it's right here. That's... What is that? Did I get it wrong in this is the poorly worded, like... Sorry, you got it wrong statement? A severed electric table. I believe, Your Honor. Remember the testimony we heard earlier? The machine the pharmacology students use in their experiments require high voltage. And because of that, there are special high voltage tables run up everywhere. So then, the high voltage table yes, the high voltage table is the cause of death. That is the most likely explanation. All we did just now was do Winston Payne's dirty work, though. That certainly sounds plausible. Well, Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this? He did say something like, "Bravo! You just helped me solve this murder that Phoenix Wright committed." Well, I believe some praise is in order. Don't toy with me, old man. I love that. It's just like, it's Mia throwing down the gauntlet of niceties, like, don't toy with me, old man. Now, the victim cause of death may indeed have been a high voltage table. However, I want you to think about what that really implies. What it means to say that. The only one who had the opportunity to use the table as a murder weapon was the defendant. That very much is certainly true. Yes, and that's not all. We have proof. Irrefutable evidence that will establish Mr. Wright was the murderer. You do? Well, what is it, man? Get on with it. This trial could have been over an hour ago. His fingerprints. Fingerprints? You mean the defendant's fingerprints were on something besides the medicine bottle? You're taking a look at the crime scene photo. As you can see, the victim is wearing a yellow jacket. Okay. And as you may know, Yabber holds fingerprints quite well. Oh yeah, we learned about that in Rise from the Ashes. That's a good callback, man. Good callback. You mean... Yes, it was quite clearly imprinted on the chest area of the victim's jacket. The palm print of the defendant's very own hand. So, Phoenix, you pushed him? What? I can only think of one way Mr. Wright could have used a plate like that. Intent on murder, he pushed the victim severely towards the severed electrical table. Okay, I have a question. What would Judge Fowler have done if, the table didn't do anything? You really think that Judge Fowler was angry enough to want to kill the victim? I mean, why wait, no, I got it all wrong. Never mind. You really think that Phoenix Wright was so angry that he was going to murder Judge Fowler, and then his murder method would be to push somebody into the table, not shot him or anything like that, but to push him in the hopes that the table would shot him to death? Really? You think that's how it would go? Okay. Order! 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 That's enough. I think we are to conclude that there's no reason to continue with the cross-examination. Certificateness. Wait, what? Okay. Certificateness. Wait, what the fuck? Why can't I say fort? Certificateness. In us. Certificate in us. We're done. Mr. Trollsbird. My hemorrhoids in every eye. The show is over, Mia. I knew that boy was guilty from the first time I saw him. Wow. Okay, Dick. You didn't need to tell me that. I thought I was really innocent. No! You're wrong. Mr. Wright is innocent. No further evidence is required for me to convince me of this man's guilt. At this time, I am prepared to render a verdict in this case. Do you have anything further to add, Miss Faye? Is this what you want, Mr. Wright? Huh? You still haven't told us the truth. The whole truth. If you don't say something now, the judge is going to hand down his verdict. Have you ever done a sideways one? This is interesting. How did this look? Like this? Okay, I guess that's how it looks. But I can't. I just can't say it. If I told you what really happened, then I'd be... It's okay, Mr. Wright. I'm your attorney. You can trust me. Miss Faye, no matter what it is you have to say, I believe in you, and I'll represent you until the very end. We have already established the defendant's guilt. There's no further need for him to say anything. I would like to point that out to the court. This guy can go fuck himself now. Talk. Well, wait a minute. Mr. Phoenix Wright. Give me 1 minute, I'm gonna finish writing and then I'll go back. Okay. Okay. I'll tell you what really happened. But I've already told you, Mr. Wright. There's no need for further. I'm gonna do it anyway because I hate you. I did it. I admit it. I pushed him. Wow. It's my fault. My fault that Darth Swallow is dead. Okay, why would you say that? Even if you pushed him, that doesn't mean you killed him. Adele, you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you, for your sake. If you continue to see her, it's gonna be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that Dale. What about you? Stop it! Don't talk about her yet. Damn. You did murder him. I can't believe I've been playing as a murderer this whole time. I'm joshing you. I know he's not the real murderer. What you just said, was it the truth? Yeah. Yes. I was afraid. Afraid that if I told the truth, everyone would think I was the murderer for sure. Well, I didn't hurt you, Sedan. Well, after using convince that you are, you just told us that you're the reason he's dead. I'm gonna have to convince you now. Guilty. Please. Please give me one more chance to explain. This time, I swear, I'll tell the whole truth. It will be okay, won't it? Miss Faye, I believe in you. Oh, thank you. I still can't believe it. He really did push the victim. Oh, I feel like my hemorrhoids are doing the Harlem shape. When I pushed the victim. That did not sound that good, does it? The guy, he was talking bad about Dolly. Push! I lost my temper, and I gave him a shove. At that moment, I heard some kind of loud noise. A little while after, I started to get worried. So I went back, but he was just lying there, dead. Damn. Well, that explanation is really quite simple. Oh wait, no wait, he said, objection! Well, the explanation is really quite simple. When you pushed him, Swallow flew back and touched the electrical cable. He died from the shock, and that, as they say, is that. Why would you say that like that? And that, as you say, is that? You didn't need that part. Just say And that is that. You don't need to add more words to your sentences, pain. But I guess you are a pain. A simple explanation indeed. At the time of the incident, a light rain had been falling. Wet from the rain, the victim was easily electrocuted. But when I pushed him, there weren't any electrical tables around. If there had been something like that, even I, a fool at noticing stuff, would have noticed it. That's true. Even a doofus like him couldn't miss that. I like how Mia gets a dream with how dumb he thinks she is. Yeah, to be honest, he had been played dull-witted. Miss Faye. Let me warn you right now that if your cross-examination did not yield any new facts, I intend to deliver my verdict without further deliberation. I'll be clear about that. Yes, Your Honor. Don't give up, Mia. Even if he is innocent, there must be some kind of evidence. Something that will prove it. When I pushed the victim, she was talking bad about Dolly. What did he say? So what kind of thing did Dunn Swallow say to you? She said all sorts of terrible things about Dolly. She said that she was a bad girl. Is that all? Yep. That's it? That's all the details you did give us? Well, Miss Faye, you heard him yourself. He has a bad tail friend. Oh boy, you're not doing any favors for yourself here, Mr. Wright. Please don't make this harder for me than it already is. Anyway, after he said that, I off my temper and gave him a shove. Can you tell me about what happened in more detail? That guy, he just said what he wanted to me. And then he put on the jacket he was holding and started to leave. Right when I lost my temper and flew into a furious frenzy. Blam. I just gave him a light, gentle shove to the chest, so powerful that he was in mid-air for like half a second before he fell to the ground. That's how light it was. And when you did that, there was no severed table anywhere to be seen. Right. There was nothing like that at all. But is it possible you merely overlooked it? Well, I guess it's possible. Phoenix, we want certainty. You can't just keep saying that anything's possible. You're not a mother talking to her child about his dreams. What are you doing? Don't you let this guy steam roll over you like cheap asphalt? I believe what's important here is the moment to push a turd. You continue with the testimony, witness. At that moment, I heard some kind of loud noise. Loud noise? And what would you say that loud noise was, Mr. Wright? I'm not sure, but it was really loud. It was like a snap. You know, come to think of it, I wonder what that was. Clearly, Your Honor, it was the sound of the victim being electrocuted. Okay, that's actually a pretty good objection. Yeah, you're not qualified to decide that. We will need an expert electrician to come here and to verify what it sounds like to be electrocuted. Hey, you know, you ever heard of expert testimony? You know, when you get like an expert in a field and you bring them here to talk about what they're qualified to talk about? Mia, I think you're the first person to ever talk about that concept. And even the slightest hint of it. What should I do now? I'm treading on some dangerous ground here. Mr. Wright, that loud noise you heard might be extremely important. So try to remember what it was. How do I put it? It was like a sharp clap. Aha! Could it be? Could it have been? Yes? Could that have been? Hurry up and tell us. When I pushed him, he dropped the umbrella he was holding. Push! He fell right on top of it, and it broke. That's probably the noise I heard. An umbrella, huh? And did that umbrella belong to the victim? Yeah, it was a plastic. It was a plastic umbrella. Cheap and frail, kind of like the owner. Damn, Phoenix, you hit a bar just now. Cheap and frail like his owner. You didn't need to roast him that hard, and not a good look. Especially since you're suspected of the murder. You really shouldn't be doing that. Sorry, I didn't need to, sorry, my pants need to be a bit lower. Then again, I wish I had some kind of umbrella. I would totally soak to the bone. Miss Faye, what do you think? Is there something important in this testimony just now? Well... Did I save that? Of course it's not important. But, Miss Faye, how can you sedate that so proudly? Well, it just isn't. And not important one bit. Not even one iota, okay? Mia, that's enough. You're making a fool of yourself. Is it okay if I go on? Damn. Mia tried to judge way too hard into the light. Face it till you make it. Confidence level. This is it, Mia. The new information you've been waiting for. Of course it's important. No, this cheaper... Of course it's important. No, this umbrella is more than important. It's vital. I want to have it officially entered into the testimony. How perfectly fitting. Flimsy information for a flimsy lawyer. Damn, what an asshole move. The court agrees to the defense's request. Witness, please add that bit about the cheap umbrella to your testimony. After I shoved him, he fell on top of his cheap umbrella. So, Mr. Flolo fell on top of his umbrella, and you are certain of this? Yeah, it was right there under him. Actually, if it hadn't been under him, I was planning on borrowing it for myself. Phoenix, you do not paint yourself in a good light right now. Not only did you push him, You were planning on stealing his umbrella. And if you really... Like, so that means you did not know if he was dead or not. So you were planning on stealing the umbrella of a person you pushed and never giving it back. What a dick move. What a dick move. Just want to say that. The umbrella, you mean? Well, yeah. You see, I was wearing this flutter here. Dolly should date up Yate for nights at a time, knitting it for me. I didn't want the rain to dampen the handmade symbol of her job. Ah! Oh, wait. Ow! Oh, my stomach did not to be used as your personal soccer ball, Mia. I'm so sorry. Continue with your testimony, witness. A little while after I left, I started to get worried. After you shoved the victim, did you leave the scene right away? Yes, I did. I admit it. I was furious. You left without even checking Mr. Flawlow's condition? Well, yeah. But like I said, I got worried about him later. So I went back, but he was just lying there, dead. At the time, did you see anyone else at the scene of the crime? Nope, nobody. Jeez, did that stupid talk sound any more phony? Sorry, I'm not that good of an actor. I can't talk for real, can I? Do people even talk when they have a cold? Usually what they do is like they sneeze. They don't talk as much as they sneeze. In that case, it'd be really hard to believe someone else could have been the murderer. I guess we can find something that shows his innocence in that testimony, my dear. I'm afraid the judge will make his final decision with no remorse whatsoever. Yes, sir. Right now, I need more info. That will help me turn up contradictions. That guy, he was talking bad about Dolly. Oh wait, I know. I think I have an idea on what it is. Did he? Nope. She next. You can't keep making up bullshit to say. Okay, why didn't you testify about the umbrella? From the very beginning. Come on, if I had mentioned that, I would have been able to counter the prosecution's arguments earlier. What do you mean by that? Take the number you looked at the crime photo. According to Mr. Wright, the victim fell on top of his umbrella. However, if you look closely, the umbrella is nowhere near the victim. Actually, it's by the electrical pole. You're absolutely right. The conclusion here is obvious. After the defendant, the victim moved from where he fell. In other words, after he was pushed by the defendant, Mr. Fowler was still alive. No! Order! The victim, he moved. Mr. Payne, the umbrella in this photo, where is it now? Well, It was presented by the police at the crime scene. I want it presented as evidence immediately. Umbrella, owned by the victim. Found broken near an electrical pole at the crime scene. Added to the court record. But the umbrella simply could have been blown there by the wind. Not if it was on top of him. According to the testimony, the victim fell on top of his umbrella. There's simply no way it could have been blown by the wind. But I know this matter of the umbrella may seem trivial, but as long as the smallest doubt remains, I cannot pass final judgment. No. No! I must say, I still find it hard to believe. Oh. That a huge hole had been blown in the prosecution case by the defendant's testimony. Phoenix's testimony. The victim fell on top of his umbrella. There was a loud sound when this happened. Added to the court record. Well done, Mia. He. Mr. Payne, what are you chuckling about? Pardon me, Your Honor. It seems I was expecting too much of a free ride. It was foolish today I could establish guilt through testimony, through cross-examination alone. I'm afraid I don't follow what you're saying. Are you saying you have been slacking off this whole time? How irresponsible of you. Let me guess. You have another witness. Exactly. And this witness's testimony will be incontrovertible. Well, who is this witness? Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Dahlia Hawthorne? You don't mean Dolly? I do, Your Honor. The defendant's own lover is a witness to the whole thing. That's right. She was at the scene of the time when the murder took place. What? I'm sorry to break the bad news to you, my dear. Bad news? You couldn't be more wrong. Actually, I've been waiting for this. You can't be serious. Mia, what do you mean by that? Ooh, you're like Mia isn't as much of a rookie as I thought she was. You're like she still has a pretty good, thing. I think there's a good point for us to stop at. Court will reconvene. Court will now enter a 20-minute recess. Afterwards, we will listen to the testimony of Dahlia Hawthorne. April 11th. Wait, why do I read these? Miss Faye, I'm so sorry about what happened back there. It's okay, Mr. Wright. At least you told us the truth in the end. How old is she? 20. That means that she's 2 years younger than Phoenix. Yeah, oh wait, 1 year. But Godfather is 2 years older. At least you told us the truth in the end. Yeah, so I guess I didn't start to react, huh? React, my boy. You can't be serious. After hiding such important facts. But, the net witness is my dolly, right? She'll save me. I didn't know she will. So, who wants to bet that Dolly is the real murderer? Usually when it's your first taste, it's very easy to know who did it. And we only have, like, 3 people who are not a part of the courtroom. And we know it's not him, and he's dead, so she definitely did it. Why do you think that? Huh? What do you mean? She the love of my life. That's why. The love of your life, huh? Would you mind telling me more about you and Miss Dahlia Hawthorne? Sure, no problem. Dolly and I, we first met 8 months ago, right here in this very courthouse. Why were you guys at a courthouse together? Actually, I'm studying to be a lawyer on the side. Anyway, one day, she and I just bumped into each other in the reading room downstairs. That's why I think fate. That's why I think it was fate that brought us together. Okay. As soon as I first set eyes on her, I knew she was the one for me. Okay. Oh, Shia, take a look at this. What is that? She gave it to me on the day we met as a symbol of our love. No, you guys are not owned by Disney. This trope doesn't exist in this world. You can't do this. You can't have love at first sight in this world. She had been wearing it around her neck on that day. But then, she took it off. But before she gave it to me, she said, I want you to carry this. So, she gave this to you as a present. I see. This darling old bottle is full of memories of my darling old dolly. It certainly is a little bottle, right? It made me so happy, I want to show it to everyone I meet. I just want to share my happiness with the whole world. Dolly's present. Borrowed from Phoenix Wright. A small bottle message given to Wright on the day they met. He showed it off to everyone. Anyway. So after that, you and Miss Hawthorne started dating. Yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she always says the same thing to me. What is it? Please give it back now. Oh. Why haven't you given it back yet? What a strange tale, asking for a present back like that. By the way, Mr. Wright, the day you first met Dahlia Hawthorne 8 months ago, it wouldn't happen to have been on August 27th. On August 27th, would it? Huh? Yeah, it was. But how did you... This happened on August 27th. Right here in this courthouse. What's this? A newspaper clipping? Let's see. Murder in the courthouse? Murder? How did you not hear about it if there was a murder in this courthouse on that day? You didn't even know about it. What are you reading there? Let me see that. Oh, I see. Mia, I think I understand what you're trying to say. And I think I understand why you suddenly took such a keen interest in this case. You believe that there's some connection between these two cases. Am I right? Newspaper clipping. An article from 8/28, almost 8 months ago. There's a lot of 8s added to the court record. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Sloshbird. I need to finish this myself. Yes, but I'm afraid what you have there will not be enough, my dear. I'll go and have a look at the downstairs reading room to see what else I can find. Thank you. I will do whatever I can to be of help to you, Mia. I wonder if the reason why she's acting like this is because, if you guys don't remember, Marvin Sloshbird is the reason why her mother was scorned by the nation. So I wonder if this him trying to redeem himself through her. Well, your recess is about over. We better get moving on. I guess so. That recess sure did seem longer than 20 minutes, though. No, it didn't. It felt shorter than 20 minutes. It felt like we talked about almost nothing. Save your progress, sir. Oh wait, shit. Yeah. The part 2, yeah, keep going. Okay. Here we are. We're back again. Court will now reconvene. Mr. Payne, please call your witness. That person is someone who witnessed the crime as it happened. The prosecution told Miss Dahlia Hawthorne to the stand. Oh my god. You are elegant. Are those butterflies? How did they get in here? What's with this stiff science? In my long career as a judge, I have been deceived by many witnesses. Do you tell that to every witness? Or just the hot ones? Also, you shouldn't say that. Your job is to be impartial. It is my job to doubt, to take no one at their word. And I have failed because I have been deceived so many times. But in your case, I must admit that you radiate a glow of complete sincerity. I don't believe he actually said that. Oh, now then, witness, could you please state your full name? Don't worry, sweetie. There's no need to be nervous. If anyone says anything rude, you can be sure I'll cut them down to size. And I will bash them with my gavel. I love how they look straight at me when they say that. I don't want them bashed by a gavel or cut. Thank you for calming my nerves. You are all so nice. I almost feel right at home. Not at all. It was nothing. If we may move on now, what is your full name and occupation? My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a junior in literature at Ivy's University. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine. Who is she talking to? Well, we know who milkshakes brings all the boys to the yard. Is that a reference to an old song that I don't get? Oh, so you're talking about titties? That's the only milkshake I can think of. Sir. Is there something I can help you with? You just go on and say whatever's on your mind. I'm sure there must be some kind of mistake. Feeny wouldn't tell anyone. I just know it. Well, I think we're done. Hey, Winston. That time, then a witness who isn't in love with the defendant. Yes. I can see why you say that. You are the other. She'd be a tough witness, alright. But she objected to lead with us. It only took her 12 seconds to wrap them all around her little finger. Now then, please proceed with your testimony. Let's hear about what you witnessed on the day of the incident, if you'd please. What I witnessed. I've been planning to go back to Feeney's place after class was over. Feeny and Dudley, they were talking behind the building. Then suddenly, Dudley got all wobbly and just tapped. That's when Feeny noticed I was there. I went to notify some other students, and they told the authorities. Okay. Seems completely different. I don't know what to say. According to you, Miss Hawthorne, the defendant didn't do anything wrong. Hey, Judge, you should believe her. I totally think you should believe her. Young lady, as old as I am, even I can recall how hot the passions of young love burn. Nevertheless, it is my job to discover the truth. Please tell us the truth. But I would never. That's more than enough, witness. I won't allow this to continue. What do you mean by that? Please, just proceed. Let me proceed with my cross-examination. I, on one hand, don't plan to win my case on a bunch of paper-thin lies. Damn. You haven't changed a bit. Do we know each other? I didn't think we did. Apparently we know each other. Miss Faye? What's this? So you two are acquainted? Yes. We've met before. Once. I wonder what that time was. In any case, Miss Faye, the floor is all yours. It's good to see you again, Madam Faye. Madam? I'm nobody drama yet, Daily. Who did tell her that she doesn't need to have the word yet in that sentence? What I witnessed. I had been planning to go back to Phoenix's place after class was over. Oh wait, I can actually plus on it now. You do this shit. Now, unless I'm mistaken, Phoenix is in the art department. If that's the case, what were you doing by the pharmacology building? Well, I'm in the literature department. I'm studying Japan Shirana poetry. Oh, how wonderful. It's that humorous yet satirical style of haiku, yes? It's that humorous yet satirical style of haiku, yes? Nothing left to do. When a man reaches this age, sleep is his best friend. That's supposed to be poetry? Sounds more like a midlife crisis. For me to get to the art department, I have to walk through the back alley. I see, yes, that makes sense. When I want to enter the courtroom, I always enter through the front doors. How else would you enter? Teleportation? Are you gonna drill a hole under the courtroom to dig your way in? Dudley and Phoebe were talking behind that building. So who is this Dudley person? Oh, I'm sorry. Dud Follow. We were dating until 8 months ago. So what was Dudley, Mr. Follow, and Mr. Wright talking about anyway? How can you be so mean? I would never eavesdrop. I wasn't raised to be so rude and unrefined. That's right, Miss Fay. Don't drag the witness down to your level. Why am I being demonized here? Please, go on. What did you see next? Then, suddenly, Dudley just got all wobbly and react. You're saying that the victim just reacted on his own? Yes. In other words, the defendant never touched the victim. Is that right? I was watching the whole time. Phoebe never did a thing to Dudley. If I press her for no reason, I know the judge will get angry with me. What should I do about her testimony just now? You show some motherfucking contradictions. Feeble lies are not very becoming. Feeble lies are not very becoming, Miss Hawthorne. So yet drop them, shall we? What I would never. Miss Fay, I will not allow you to badger this witness. I believe the defense is engaging in a fishing expedition. That is, she has no supporting. Please don't glare at me like that. I'm just doing my job. I'm paid just like you are. Now then, Miss Hawthorne. The defendant's paw prints were found on the rubber jacket. That is the first contradiction we found about her. Isn't that right? It has already been shown that Mr. Wright did, in fact, push the victim. What? Also, to be talked about her hair, like, how did she do that with her hair? Like, how the heck did she do, like, 2 blades like that? There's no need to try to cover for the defendant. It would be much better if you came out and told everyone the truth. There's nothing to worry about, young lady. Just tell us everything you saw. Yes, Your Honor, I will. If you don't mind, I'd like to revise my testimony. We're finally getting somewhere. Actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Duddy. You didn't see it? Well, I saw the moment Duddy fell to the ground. And at that time, there was only the 2 of them at the scene. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and the victim, Dud Flowell. Yes, that's right. It didn't look like they were fighting. And I didn't hear anything unusual either. So then, what did it look like they were doing to you? I thought they were having a nice, friendly afternoon conversation. Oh, give me a blade to that tit-tat bar. That's why I really wasn't watching them all too closely. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? No, nothing at all, Mr. Judge. Oh ho ho, I like the sound of that, Mr. Judge. Now then, please proceed with your testimony. I identified some other students and they told the authorities. When you say students, do you mean students from the pharmacology department? Yes, they're all very fond of their drugs. Damn. You have a little bit of spite in you, don't you? Please try to stay on topic. So to find some pharmacology students, you went to the labs, correct? That's what I was planning to do. But in the end, I wound up not going. A group of about 10 research students came running out of the building entrance. Somehow, they all seemed to know what was going on. The students knew what was going on. Press for more details. But how should the students have known what was going on? Well, I don't know for sure they knew what happened. It's just, they all seemed kind of excited about something. It doesn't sound like there's any more information about the students. So, did the students call the police? Yes, I was so panicked. Yes, anyone would have been, my dear. That girl, she's telling a super obvious lie and she knows it. She's just pretending to protect Mr. Wright. Yes, that gotta be it. Way to go, Mia. Okay, that means I'm gonna have to dig deeper. Dig deep to find the contradiction on this one. I've been planning to go back. Okay, so that's unprovable. That's unprovable. Okay, so we know that Phoenix said there was a loud clapping noise, right? Where is it? This one. You say you didn't hear anything unusual. Is that correct? Yes, that's why I was really relaxed and looking at the scenery around me. Ha! That's nice, but I find that a little odd. I have here the statement of your boyfriend, Mr. Phoenix Wright. and he clearly testified to the effect that when he pushed the victim, he heard a sharp, loud noise. He said that? That is our second contradiction. If you were really that close to the two of them, why didn't you hear this noise as well? Well, maybe the noise just wasn't all that memorable. But according to Mr. Wright's testimony, it was a sharp, loud noise like a clap or a snap. There's no way a noise like that could fail to make an impression. May I have a moment to answer? By all means. I know the reason I didn't hear the noise. Okay, what is she gonna make up this time? You see, the truth is, I had my headphones on and was listening to music. Headphones? You mean both of your ears were covered? The rain was just beginning to get up, but it seems as though Thor wasn't ready for his fun to come to an end yet. I wonder if that line predates the character. Well, obviously it doesn't predate, like, the superhero, but I wonder if it predates, like, the popularity of Thor in the movies. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's probably a reference to the god and not a reference to the character. But that's an interesting reference. She is a literature student, though. So the Shaddai continued to flash and rumble. Thunder and lightning, huh? Yes, I'm afraid of the sound of thunder. So I put my headphones on to block it out. Well, Your Honor, as you can see, there weren't any contradictions in her testimony after all. Wait a second, Mia. That testimony just now. She said something that totally changed this whole case. There was lightning, I guess? But I'm gonna save. I don't really know what it could really be, so I'm gonna save. Your Honor, there's a problem with the witness's testimony. What do you mean? What is this problem? It's obvious. The problem is that she claimed to have been listening to music when music sucks. Are you deaf? Did you pay attention to the testimony? She explained that she was listening to music to cover up the sound of thunder. Miss Faye, I must warn you that even I can be more frightening than Zeus when I'm angry. Yikes, I'm in trouble now. Okay, oh wait, shit. Go back, go here, okay. Your Honor, there's a problem with the witness's testimony. Well, what do you mean? What is this problem? It's obvious. The problem with the witness. The problem is that the witness claims to have heard no snap. Are you dead? Oh, did you tell me the same? Okay, well that seemed kind of cheap. I am surprised you were doing senile before me. I'm not that bad. I think. Am I doing senile? Oh no. I don't want those trees just yet. I was hoping to have a long and prosperous career ahead of me. Go here to save. So, okay, it's lightning. Your Honor, there's a problem with the witness's testimony. Well, what do you mean? Didn't you notice? She said there was lightning, correct? Yes, what about it? Well, lightning is actually a large discharge of electricity in the atmosphere. Am I right? Now is not the time for a science lesson, Mia. Miss Faye. Wow. Okay, so Mia actually has a bit more than just being a dirty lawyer. I wonder where she learned that, because she was raised in the same village as Trail. So I wonder, like, so when she left the mountains, did she go to high school, or did she just go straight to, law school? I wonder how the transition period was. Yes, Your Honor. Anyway, since the cause of death was electrocution, isn't it possible that the victim died from being hit by a bolt of lightning? Wait, why is she worried about that one? Yeah. She was already trying to defend Phoenix. Why did she care if Miss Faye blames it on a bolt of lightning? I must admit that the thought had not occurred to me. Except what kind of thoughts do occur to this guy anyway? Ow. The entire case is built off the premise that Dunflower was murdered. But that very premise itself is mistaken. The defense believes that Dunflower was in fact the victim of a stray bolt. It appeared the defendant may be onto something. Could it be that the death, that this death was actually accidental? Alright, you did it, Mia. I'll be taking that not guilty now if you don't. He. I'm so hurt that you have such a low opinion of me, Miss Faye. Huh? I'm not a fool, you know. The prosecution had done its research, Your Honor. We found that there were no lightning strikes on the day of that, on that day at that location. What? Sorry to point you to that, again. Oh yeah, that's actually pretty nice here. Is she blazing herself? Okay, go back here. Sorry, wrong place. Go back here. Okay, what's more? We have evidence that the electric table is definitely linked to this case. Evidence, Mr. Payne? Well, what is this evidence? This affidavit. And who is this affidavit from? The pharmaceutical students who were conducting experiments in their lab on that day. Allow me to read the testimony of these pharmaceutical students. All equipment in the lab suddenly lost power at around 3 p.m. that day. Was it a blackout? All of the lab's equipment runs on high voltage, Your Honor. So you're saying the equipment lost power because... Precisely. They lost power because of the severed electrical table. The power outage occurred at approximately 3 p.m., which fits in with the time of death listed in the autopsy report. Exactly. In other words, the victim died as a result of touching the severed electrical cable. According to the student, the tables were very old. They were planning on having them replaced in the near future. I see. Apparently, the tables have become so brittle that even the smallest bump would have caused them to break. Student's testimony. The old power table broke due to some sort of impact on 4/9 at 2:50 p.m. Added to the court record. However, there's one thing that's troubling me. If the table could have been broken by any small bump, then it wouldn't have snapped if it had been. Then it wouldn't have snapped if it hadn't been bumped into, correct? Well, I suppose you could say that. Miss Faye, do you have any thoughts regarding the cause of the severed table? Your Honor? I don't like how there's nothing one bit. I have to come up with something to try to do it. God damn, I cannot read today. Or any day I do these videos. I have to come up with something to try to regain some momentum. If it pleases the court, the defense would like to state its opinion. Well then, let's hear it. Who or what would cause the electrical table to break? Do I just say go out and say I think it was Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think I can do that. Nope. Goddamn, I look dumb now. Oh wait, what did he say? Goddamn, now I want to read what he said. And you know what? I guess I'll have more than one chance in the future because give me one more chance. Well then, let's hear it. Who or what taught? Okay, so we know it wasn't her, so. Okay, what evidence do we have? We have the testimony which doesn't help. The new table clipping which doesn't help. Oh, what did you say again? Murder in the courthouse. Very little information is being disclosed at this time, since the victim of yesterday. Oh shit. Did this break? Okay, it didn't break. Thank God. Since the victim of yesterday's incident in the courthouse cafeteria is said to have been a lawyer. However, police are collecting the 19-year-old female college student who was sitting with the victim. Okay. Dahlia Hawthorne? It had to be this, right? Your Honor, please think back to Mr. Wright's testimony. The defendant's testimony. She said that after he pushed the victim, he heard a loud, sharp noise. Now, this happened at around 3 p.m., correct? Yes, that sounds about right. Wait, are you saying that the advertisement lost power at 2:55, which fits right into Mr. Wright's timeline? In other words, it was Mr. Wright's son that caused the power outage. Yes! Objection! Yes! The prosecution also came to the same conclusion. And it was the very song that taught Mr. Follow to be electrocuted. I'm afraid I can't agree with you there, Mr. Payne. What's that supposed to mean? How can you have one, but not the other? Take the video out where the victim landed after being shoved. See the umbrella? It's by the electricity pole. That's right. The victim banged into that pole as a result of being pushed. But I didn't see that pole in the cutscene. It was the impact that caused the table to break. Well, that makes sense. And then the victim was electrocuted. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but no. It doesn't make sense at all. If the victim was shoved into the far pole, he could have been electrocuted. He could have been electrocuted by the severed table in the fourth round. In other words, something other than my client must have electrocuted the victim. Order in this court. The lamentations of my enemies. The lamentations of my enemy. How I yawn to hear them. Damn, she really is a fighter. It's true. The defense is absolutely correct. There doesn't seem to be any way the defendant could have... Mr. Judge, sir, if I may say something. The Madam Attorney's exclamation. She said something that are a little different than I remember them. What the? Please, just one more time. Who wants to bet this won't be the last time she revises her testimony? May I please testify one more time? Please, Mr. Judge. Of course it's alright. Just go right ahead and give your new testimony. There's it. She's finally starting to show her true colors. So you know her well enough to know her true colors? What happened the last time you guys met? Witness testimony. What I witnessed, part 2. The truth is, Feeney pushed him twice. The first time was into the electrical pole. That's when the table broke. Then Dudley tried his best to run away from him. But Feeney caught up and tracked into him from behind. The table snapping and Dudley being electrocuted. It all occurred in less than a minute. What an improbable story to tell me. So after being shoved, the victim got up and tried to run away. And that's when the defendant pushed him for the second time. I'm so sorry, Feeney, but I just had to tell them the truth. Am I doing the right thing? Am I, Mr. Judge? Of course you are, my dear. As painful as it may seem, you are. Now then, Miss Fay, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Cross-examination. What I witnessed, part 2. The truth is, Feeney pushed him twice. Oh, wait. I need to pull. Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, you do that. Well, I think it's pretty obvious, isn't it? It's this one. Right? Oh, wait, sorry, because of the Wait, where'd the Ever? I thought we had the Ever here, didn't we? Oh, maybe we don't have the Ever here. I must be dumb. Okay, so I must actually read these now. Okay. Okay, yeah, do this. Her homemade plate does, though. Miss Hoffman, previously in your testimony, you said the following. Actually, I didn't see the moment she pushed Duddy. I know. I'm sorry. I just wanted to protect Feeny. So that's why you basically lied to the tort? I'm a bad tail. I know. Mr. Judge? Yes? Would you please forgive little old me? Of course you won't. What you did is called perjury. Oh, come on now. It was just one little white lie. One little white lie that can control how a person lives the rest of their life. We'll forget about it this time, but please be more careful from now on, alright? Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Judge. Not at all. Oh ho 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 ho. The judge had better be more careful with him. The judge had better be more careful himself. A dark alley is plentier than this jail. What do you know about her that she's hiding? I know she's a murderer, but yeah, you're acting like she's the devil. The first time we get to the pole, that's when the pole broke. You're saying you actually saw the victim get pushed into the electric pole? I know he doesn't look like it, but Feeny can be a real imp when he wants to be. Oh really? But I never imagined he would toss an electricity table to play. Feeny really is scary when he gets mad. Almost like he's abusive. Yes, he sounds like a very dangerous individual indeed. Then Duddy tried his best to run away from him. So let me get this straight. You were happily listening to your music while you watched the scene unfold? Well, Miss Faye, I'll have to ask you to stop badgering the witness. I wasn't happy. I was so scared I couldn't even move. All I could do was stand there and cheer them on. Cheer them on? What do you mean by that? Well, I wish the best for both of them, and that they would give... Well, I wish the best for both of them, and that they would each give the fight their all. That's very sweet of you to be so supportive. No, it isn't. She encouraged a fight. And what happened after that? Buffini caught up and clashed into him from behind. Oh, shit. That doesn't sound quite right. There were handprints found on the chest area of the victim's jacket. Mr. Payne, were there also prints found on the back of the other jacket? Well, no, there weren't. Madam Faye, may I suggest that you listen a little more carefully? Huh? I said that he slashed into him from behind. My Feeny wouldn't leave any prints in that case, would he? That was actually pretty smart. The table snapping and Dudley being electrocuted, it all happened in less than a minute. Did you actually witness the moment the victim was electrocuted? I'm sorry. I didn't actually see it. I turned my eyes away. That's understandable. Yes, indeed. It would have been a horrific sight for anyone to behold. If I don't figure out the contradiction here, it's all over. She didn't have much time to come up with her lie, so this is my best chance. There must be a hole in her testimony somewhere. Think, Mia. Oh shit, now I actually have to figure it out. Time to use over all my evidence. No. Maybe. I can't read the watch, guys. I'm not good at reading watches. Place, blow the umbrella. Testimony that there was something here. Wait a minute. 3 p.m. Oh, that's actually quite the distance of time. So, I guess I should do it here. I guess, yeah. Yeah, so go here to present. You go here to this one. No, but okay, now you talk to the dictator. Okay. God damn it. Okay, so I guess it maybe like the other one. Because this is a contradiction, isn't it? Oh, that's it. That's enough, witness. I should write that down as the third contradiction we got to do. I'm afraid I don't understand. You will in a minute. Could you please take a look at this picture? Oh, that medicine. That's the one Feeny likes to take for his cold. It's not the medicine I want you to look at. It's the wristwatch that I can't read because they didn't put numbers on it. They put Roman numerals. It stopped at the precise time the victim was executed. In other words, 3:05 p.m. Yes, and your point is, Miss Faye? My point is this. What time was it when the lab suffered that power outage due to snapped tables? Well, according to the student testimony, the answer is clear. It was 2:55 p.m. Ah! Would you please explain this one to the court, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne? What exactly happened during this 10-minute interval? The defense proposes that it was during this interval that the real murderer killed God Follow. Damn. Order! In the court, what is this all about? This is nonsense. The real murderer? Even you can't deny the time between the table breaking and the execution, or completely unaccounted for. Then who was it? Who were you saying could have done it? There's only one person who could have murdered Dutch Follow. Only after my client had left the scene. Was there a window of opportunity for the real killer? Miss Faye, is the defense ready to indict someone as the real killer? Born ready. It's finally time. This is the moment I've been waiting for. You must have beef with this tale. Yes, Your Honor, we are ready. Very well, but remember, if you accuse the wrong person, you will be penalized. Think very carefully before you speak, Miss Fay. Now then, Miss Fay, let's have it. Who is this real killer? Pretty obvious. Her take that is pretty weak, though. It should only have been you, Dahlia Hawthorne. Where? How could you say that? The defense is laughing at straws. 10 minutes passed between the time the table broke and the time of the execution. What exactly were you doing during that whole time, Miss Hawthorne? Were you really listening to some music while cheering them both on as they fought? I find it hard to believe that you then should lift their fingers to stop the men dearest to you. Damn. Order, Miss Fay. What? I mean, why? That is to say. Miss Hawthorne, I believe you did witness the men fighting on that day. However, after Mr. Wright pushed the victim and subsequently left the scene, it was you who pushed Mr. Hawthorne to his death by your very own hand. Oh, that was good. That was a good one. How could you say something so mean, Madame Fay? I didn't do anything. Miss Fay, this is a really serious charge you are. Your Honor! Please, I have something to say. What is it? Please, strike everything the defense just said from the record. What the? Are you daft? You're totally wrong, Miss Fay. Dolly, she couldn't do something like that. And you could? God, why are people in the army always so obsessive? Witness, bailiff, grab that man. Achoo. Leave my dolly out of this. That boy. He got himself in over his head. Oh, Mr. Glowsbird, you're back. It seems I've arrived just in the nick of time. I found the police report on that incident in your newspaper clipping. Okay, guys, we are going to take a 1 minute break right now. Okay, guys, we are back, and now we have the police report. A report on the incident 8 months ago. Added to the court record. You do this shit. Thank you so much. This is exactly what I was hoping for. I wonder what it details. You better take a good look at it. It details how you came to you and your boyfriend. Mia had a boyfriend? Who was it? Incident overview. Location, district courtroom cafeteria. Time, date, August 27, 4 p.m. Victim, Diego Armando, age 28. Occupation, lawyer. Suspect, Dolly Hawthorne. Okay. Details. Armando ingested poison while interviewing the suspect regarding another case. Traces of poison were found in the victim's coffee cup. No poison was found in the vicinity or on the suspect's person. It is unclear how the poison entered the victim's coffee cup. Okay. Now then, the defense had made a very serious accusation. Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this? Well, really, Your Honor, may I interrupt you for just a moment, Mr. Prosecutor? Ah, don't you worry, my dear. I have this situation well in hand. That is, go right ahead. Madam Faye, are you seriously accusing me of killing my fleet Dudley? Yes, I am. Not only am I saying you killed Dud Swallow, you also tried to pin the whole thing on your turret lover, Phoenix Wright. I told you that you should let me handle this. Sorry, please go ahead. Don't be so sad. You're too cute to be sad. How did you say that? I am absolutely devoted to my dear Feeny. The notion that I would try to flame him is ludicrous. This will get too much for little me to bear. I believe that they are trying to ask what on earth her motive would be. The answer to that lies somewhere in the police report. It must. What part? 8 months ago, an incident occurred in the basement cafeteria of this building. And then, that same day, the two of them accidentally met. Your Honor, the defense would request further testimony from Dahlia Hawthorne. Further testimony? About what? About the events of the day she met the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What did that possibly have to do with this case? The witness claims she had no reason to flame the defendant. Am I correct? Well, I have some evidence that suggests that she does, in fact, have a very good reason. Very well, then. The court grants the defense's wish. Young lady, would you mind sitting for just a bit yonder? Of course not, Mr. Judge. Get ready for the battle of your life, Dahlia Hawthorne. Man, they totally like a cat fight. In the most lethal way possible. How I Met My Feeny. Oh, I love that show, even if it took 8 seasons to figure out who it is. Turns out it was the one named Feeny. Is that a drop of water? No? That's weird. What is that? I first met my darling Feeny 8 months ago. It was like we were destined to meet in this courthouse's basement reading room. The moment our eyes met, my heart skipped a beat. We've been going out ever since that fateful day. We're so yummy. Wait, no, we have to say this across. We're so yummy dummy, we literally made other people shit on us. It's just jealousy, I think. We're so yummy wubby that we literally made people shit. I think it's just jealousy. Damn. Mr. Wright, do that again and you will be held in contempt of court. And now we enter the final act of our little drama. Yeah, do the shit. Okay. I used to say in the days of my youth, don't get her. Usually we said that when it was a man who wanted a woman, but you don't want her at all. You just want her to get convicted of murder. So I guess it isn't like the days of my old. I first met my darling Feeny 8 months ago. The days of my youth. So until that time, you have been dating Dud Swallow. Yes, I'm a real fool, I know. Yet my emotions change so quickly. I'm ashamed of myself. No, not at all. Look at me, I'm infamous for changing my mind. I love that. I love how he owns it now. He knows that she's a sucker for changing his mind. So she just lets it happen. Look at me! I'm infamous for changing my mind. I love that. I'm so happy about that. My critics have even taken to calling me Judge Pickle. Ho ho ho. Maybe use a little more different line of work. No, it's too late, Mia. He already had the beard. He can't undo his career now. Despite that, however, he always hands down the correct verdict. How do we know that? Do we know that because of people like us always doing all the hard work? That's why some people have also told him the great Zucchini. It's like we rejected me in this Torhouse's reading room. The Torhouse's reading room? That's just a strange place to meet the love of your life. That's not true, Madame Faye. After all, Feeny was not only an art student, he was also planning on becoming a lawyer. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about you, Miss Hawthorne. What was a literature student like you doing in a Torthouse's reading room? Irrelevant. This line of questioning is a waste of time. It has nothing to do with our murder case. You know, I do have to agree with Payne here. He's not right about a lot, but he is right that this doesn't seem related. It is, but you haven't proven that it's related. Miss Faye, I'm warning you, if this had nothing to do with Mr. Swallow's case, I have to remember that the judge is on Dahlia's side. I'd better tread carefully. Wait, shit. Mia, if the judge is any angrier, you'll lose the whole case. I'll just have to hold my tongue for the time being. Shit, wait, I should go back. Okay, here we go. Gotta say, it is a pretty fun way to do like an introduction taste, because like, think about it, like the first taste of the first game, it was pretty easy to do a tutorial because our character was brand new at being a lawyer. In the second game, he had to have his memory right. In the third game, it would make no sense for Phoenix to not, like, the amnesia a second time. It would feel lazy. So, like, I like how they're doing this. But I also feel like, in this game, Mia is really going to be an important character. In this whole, like, in the whole game. Your Honor, if you allow me some latitude, I think I can establish relevancy. Please, ask her to continue on with her testimony. Very well, young lady. I've got a simple question for you. What were you doing downstairs in the courthouse reading room? If it pleases the court, the answer is simply this. I had come to the courthouse to do research for a paper I was writing. You were writing a paper? On what? On the relationship between modern sci-fi poetry, and the criminal underworld. Oh ho ho! That sounds like the most fascinating research subject. Am I getting old? Now I've even forgotten what I've forgotten. Again with the midlife crisis stuff? So yeah, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. Why do you feel like every time Dahlia is reading a poem, it's just to mock the judge? Yeah, why did that deal really come to this courthouse? Isn't that what you wanted to know? And speaking of forgetting things, you haven't forgotten the police report, have you? I went through a lot of trouble to get it, my dear, so please be sure to read it carefully. Okay, yeah, so obviously that's a hint as to what the answer is, so I'm just gonna do it. Okay. No, you haven't. No, you hadn't. You really thought you could get away with this one when there's a police report about it? Miss Hawthorne, you weren't here because of your research paper, were you? Didn't you actually come here for a much more important reason? What is the meaning of that taunty smile on your face, Miss Fay? 8 months ago, right here in this court, there was another tragedy. Another tragedy? Do you mean the incident in which an attorney was poisoned? The name of the suspect in that incident is written right here in this report. And the name is Dahlia Hawthorne. What? The Dahlia Hawthorne? Yes, the fleeting pie of everyone's eye, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. She was the primary suspect in a criminal case just 8 months ago. Order, order, order. This is unbelievable. But you have to believe it. I have the report right here. It's true that... Wait, what was that? Yes, the fleeting pie of everyone's eye. It's unbelievable. It's true then. The young rose can hide the truest thorns. Wow, Judge, that was one of the deepest things you've ever said. Mostly because you haven't said a lot of deep shit, but that was one of the deepest. Miss Fay, that's not fair. You can't slander my witness with an unrelated case. It is related to her, and it is related to how they met. Winston Payne will not allow it. Mr. Prosecutor, I believe I was speaking. Pardon me, go right ahead. It's true that about 8 months ago, the police expressed interest in me. But then again, who doesn't? Express some interest, huh? Mr. Judge, I know I'm under oath, so I'll tell you the absolute truth. I did not commit the crime that occurred during that incident 8 months ago. I see. I believe you totally. Okay, I've tied the two crimes together. Now I've just got to stay on the offensive. Well done, Mia. Oh, you really lit a fire in my heart and my buttocks. I really feel the hemorrhoids flaring up now. I can hardly tell which is inflamed more, my spirit or my hemorrhoids. The fact that Mia hasn't reacted to that is crazy. The poisoning. I met the lawyer who was poisoned to discuss something in the cafeteria that day. I left my seat for just a moment, and that's when it happened. From what I heard, it was a liquid poison that was useful at just 2 teaspoons. Not only that, I heard it was a very special kind of poison. So you see, I'm innocent. I wouldn't even know where to that poison like that. So that's what happened here. However, as you heard from the witness's testimony, she had nothing to do with it. I think the defense is just about out of clips. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Payne, but I'm afraid the defense has many more tricks up its sleeve today. And I'll be sure to show them to you before the end of this cross-examination. Oh. What the? Why did the defense suddenly feel stronger? Mia, you're glowing with a true lawyer's aura, my dear. That proud posture and self-confidence. Absolutely smashing. Damn. Mia really is a premier lawyer. I met the lawyer who was poisoned to discuss something in the cafeteria that day. Okay. Wait, I already did this, didn't I? What were you talking about with the defense attorney? Well, I'm sorry, but that's confidential. I'm trying to report you are being interviewed regarding our case. The lawyer that we killed, he said he wanted to talk about an incident I was caught up in when I was younger. Why don't you tell us all what that incident was? 1 minute, Dad, 1 minute. That has absolutely nothing to do with this case. Objection sustained. The defense instruction is stricken from the record. You get involved in a lot of incidents, don't you, Miss Hawthorne? Well, I think I was just born under a bad sign. Don't worry, Dolly. I'll protect you. You heard the man. Now that's true love, young lady. Oh, Phoebe, please. Did she actually, oh my god, her tears are actually, dropping pretty well. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, those two are really making me ill. Albeit for decidedly different reasons. I left my seat with just a moment and that's when it occurred. How young were you, Dawn? I already answered all the questions for the police. But if you must know, maybe 10 or 20 minutes at least. And where were you during that stretch of time? Using the toilet? What are you saying, Miss Faye? Toilet? My perfect little dolly doesn't poo? Phoenix, how old are you again? You're 21. You're 21 and you've never seen any woman poo. Or even go to the bathroom? What do you think the women's bathroom does? What, has your girlfriend never said, hey Phoenix, I need to use the bathroom? She never said that. Where do you think all her food goes? You think she uses it perfectly? That there's no waste? You heard the defendant, Miss Faye. Better yet next time. What? No! That was a legitimate question that I could have gotten answered. Oh, Feeny, please. I can't tell you what the please means. The police have already looked into this whole matter. This line of questioning is nothing but a waste of the court's time. Objection sustained. Miss Hawthorne, please continue with your testimony. About how much liquid in 2 teaspoons. Well, let me see. My bottle of eye drop says it's 2. Is that like 2.5, or is that like 1 divided by 2? What does that mean? 1 to 2 fluid ounce, which is equal to 3 teaspoons. So it's 2/3 that amount, huh? That did not help me at all. I don't know how much that is. The poison was found in the yoyo mug of coffee. It must have been after I left the table. Someone must have tried it. You slipped it in there. Not only that, I heard it was a very special kind of poison. A special kind of poison? How so? I heard that it's almost impossible to detect. Oh? And where would something like that come from? I'm sorry. All I know is what I overheard the policeman saying. They said something about using advanced chemical processes to purify it. Chemical processes? Well, that's quite advanced. Impressive. Most impressive. The better question is, how did the criminal get something like that? So you see, I'm innocent. I wouldn't even know where to get poison like that. Okay? And that's the reason they didn't arrest you? Because no one can show how you could have gotten the poison? I think that's a good enough reason, Madam Faye. She's right, and I think we've all had enough of Miss Faye's questions. So in essence, the main reason why Miss Hawthorne was never arrested for the crime was because no one can show how she could have obtained the poison. Then all we have to do is establish a way she could have gotten some, right? Great. Now just how did a literature student get a hold of poison of all things? I'm gonna be honest, guys. When I read this sentence, my brain read it as lit student. Literature, not literature. Lit student. A lit student. Okay, so I think it's pretty obvious. We do know of a character who would have access to that. A pharmacology student. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. Okay, go here. You wouldn't know how to get that kind of poison? I don't believe you. What? Can we talk about this pose? It's interesting, like the umbrella, the like facial expression, the holding the umbrella protectively, and almost using it as a kind of shield. That's interesting. In fact, you had easy access to that kind of poison, didn't you? I'm not sure I mentioned this, but I have noticed how, like, Phoenix Wright took his pose off of hers, like, the slamming on the death thing. I think he probably taught me to that off his mentor, which, you know, that's, I love it. I love when games do that, when a mentor give some of their mannerisms to their students. It's like, that's how it works, you know? You get a bit, even stuff that isn't really necessary. At your boyfriend's lab. But boyfriend? You mean the victim does follow? That's right. Up until 8 months ago, Miss Hawthorne was dating Mr. Dodd Follow. And if you were told, Mr. Follow was a pharmacology student at Ivy University. Pharmacology? The science of making pills to make your dick bitter? His laboratory contains highly advanced chemical equipment. In fact, without such equipment, the culprits have never obtained such a rare and special poison. Well, Miss Hawthorne, it seemed you had access to such a poison after all. And then it was a matter of slipping it into the victim's coffee when he wasn't looking. The only person who could have done so was the person sitting at the table. You! Boop. No! That was cute, her little waving hair. Order! Could it be? That's nothing but a baseless accusation. May I say something, Miss Fay? What is it, Miss Hawthorne? I hate how Mia Fey offers Hawthorne no niceties. It's interesting, and I really want to know what she did. Well, actually, I know what she did. She poisoned her boyfriend. Why am I acting I don't know what she did? Like, she literally poisoned her boyfriend. Of course she hates her. Never mind. In order to carry that much liquid, you would need some sort of container. Why, yes, that's true. I researched immediately after the incident took place. Quite true. In fact, the entire courtroom was turned upside down. I have a question. How did Mr. Payne know all this information? He was probably there, but I don't know, I had the file. Did he just remember all of this off the top of his head? But they didn't find the suspicious container anywhere, did they? She's right. They even mentioned that in the report. Well, you could have easily gotten rid of something that small. Excuse me, madam. But this is a tour to be off. If you're saying I threw the poison container away, I think you need to show some sort of proof. Proof? She got me good with that one. She wants me to do my job. Crazy. Provide some evidence, or I'm afraid I'll have to disavow this line of questioning, Miss Fay. I guess we can come up with some evidence. We're gonna use this lead. The police conducted a full body search of Hawthorne in this entire courtroom. And yet the container holding the poison disappeared right after the crime occurred. If you're gonna accuse the young lady of committing murder, then where is the container the poison was carried in? What happened to it? It's this, right? There's nothing else in here that works. Or this. But I have a feeling that it's this. You were forced to get rid of the container in a hurry, weren't you? And that's why you passed it on to someone who had nothing to do with the taste. Oh, so that's why she's dating him. He's a patsy. An easy mark. Someone you knew wouldn't be served. Who is this person? Mr. Phoenix Wright, of course. So the defendant was this witness's accomplice? Of course not. She gave the poison to him, disguised as a present. So that's why you hurt somebody every time they talked about their job. You know it's fate. What? But that's... Oh, that's a charming little necklace. Is this a little bottle? It's really quite cute. So what about it? What does it mean, Miss Faye? What does it mean? The day the witness fell for Mr. Phoenix Wright was 8 months ago. August 27th, the very same day as the poisoning incident. Under the pretense of job, the witness gave my client a present. For the purposes of hiding the bottle of evidence that would give her away. Did she change her haircut? I didn't notice that. Maybe Mia changed her haircut. How did she see with the hair covering her eye? That must be uncomfortable. What? Are you saying there's deadly poison inside here? Not anymore. No, there's no longer any poison in that bottle. However, I'm certain that if the Time Lab were to analyze it, they would find trace amount. No! Order in the tort. Oh my God, Phoenix! Your objection is back. On behalf of Dolly, I object. Mr. Wright, control yourself. I won't let you bully her like this. Mr. Wright, I thought I told you to stay in your seat. Mr. Wright, why? Why are you going to do so much to protect her? Why? Because I'm madly in love with her. That's it? Madly in love. I haven't heard anyone say that in a long time. Mr. Wright, have you ever thought about this? Why exactly would a woman like Dahlia want to date you anyway? Well, I guess she must be madly in love with you too. Mr. Wright, please open your eyes. At this point in the trial, I think this should be obvious to everyone. The real reason Dahlia Hoffer is dating you is because I want to read the other options. Naturally, because she has fallen madly in love with you too. See? Just like I told you. Mia, are you dating Trilogy? That's why right in the face of everything we learned up until this point. I'm sorry. I don't know why I even said that. It was like I wanted to believe in love. Probably because of my relationship with my father and mother. I guess it's just because I like the sound of that phrase. Madly in love. Miss Faye, you can't remain a starry-eyed maiden for the rest of your life, you know. Please let me take it over one more time, Your Honor. And I want you all your maiden. I had a boyfriend until this bitch took him from me. The real reason why Dahlia Hoffman is dating you is to keep you naturally. It's to keep you quiet. What? To keep me quiet? Keep me quiet about what? Well, it seems the rest of us don't quite understand you, Miss Faye. First you talked about love, now you talked about science. Nor do we understand this vile secret that Miss Hawthorne holds. Nor do we understand what this vile secret Miss Hawthorne holds is. That's because there is no secret, I tell you. How dead can you be? Miss Faye, please take it over and try again. Yes, Your Honor. The real reason why I'm dating you is to Dolly Hawthorne was not and is not madly in love with you. The one thing she's after is the bottle necklace you love to wear around your neck. My necklace? Back then, in the waiting room, you said, yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she always said the same thing to me. Please, give it back now. What a strange little tale. Acting more pleasant back like that. For Dahlia Hawthorne, that necklace is irrefutable evidence of her crimes. That's why she absolutely has to get it back. You're lying. But you never gave it back to her. And to make things worse, you insisted on showing it off to everyone you met. That's why I don't believe you. No, that's a lie. Mia, are you alright? The defendant, he getting away. Bea, hurry after him. Mia, are you alright? Yeah, I think so. That boy, he went completely insane. Where's Mr. Wright? It looks like the bailiff taught him, so he should be back soon. Thank goodness. Oh no! What is it? The bottle necklace. Miss Hawthorne's present. It's gone. What? That's terrible. Mr. Wright must have grabbed it when he slammed into me. While she slammed into you? Foolish boy. That's the only thing that could have saved him. What in blazes are we supposed to do now? Mr. Wright, this sort of behavior is unprecedented in the history of this court. Really? Is unprecedented for a defendant to try to run away? I'm sorry. I'm afraid your apology is not enough. Mr. Wright, what did you do with the bottle necklace? Did you throw it away? I'm sorry. It's okay, just give back the necklace. I ate what? No. What are you talking about? That thing looked like it was made of glass or plastic. You could die. You what? You ate it? It was too big to swallow, so I had to chew it, the little bitch, first. But yeah. Wow! What? What is she doing now? She's sobbing in pain because you just chewed on glass. Your Honor, you got us to stop the trial. Mr. Wright, are you feeling okay? Does your stomach hurt? That bottle you swallowed may have had some poison left in it. She. It seems the defendant has proven the prosecution's case for us. Clearly that bottle did not contain a deadly poison. How can you be so sure? I think that's obvious. As you can see, the defendant is very much alive. Pain. You do realize that 1, some poisons take time to work, and 2, it was already a tiny amount of poison, and it has already been a couple months. The poison is probably diluted as hell. So like, don't act like you get to say this bullshit. You haven't proven nothing. As for the poison, more like a fledgling defense attorney's active imagination. So it would seem. No, there must be some mistake. The bottle must not have had any poison left in it. Either that, or the poison must have lost its potency. There. It's alright, rookie. Trusting your client is the most noble thing a defense attorney can do. And it's heartwarming to see how much faith you place in. And it's heartwarming to see And it's heartwarming to see you place this much faith in Mr. Wright. Faith. But that's also how it is for us on the prosecution side, too. For example, I would trust the witness, Miss Hawthorne, with my life. Which is why I can state that your assessment of her is completely wrong. That's enough. Unfortunately, Miss Faye, I cannot accept your explanation of events. But why? They may be impossible for a beginner like you to understand. But in a court of law, evidence is everything. Even after I proved so much, she just did away with everything? Well now, the suspicion around Miss Hawthorne has been cleared up. I would like to proceed with the verdict, I guess. Mr. Wright! I'm sorry, Miss Faye. It totally slipped my mind. I'm really, really sorry. I know you believed in me, and I feel like I really let you down. Mr. Wright, what are you trying to say? There's something I forgot to tell you. What is it? That day. The day I met Doug Flollo. That Dale, you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, and none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake, If you continue to see her, it will be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that jail. Last night, someone stole some poison from our lab. But poison? The same thing happened 8 months ago. A blood sample was stolen. She came to the lab that time too. It could have only been her. That girl is a thief. Stop it! Don't talk about her like that. Damn. I feel really bad for Doug Swallow. Yeah, think about it. Yeah. In Ace Attorney, we have a lot of victims. But most of the time, the victims are usually not that good of people. Like, the first case, Cindy Sedone wasn't a bad person. But she was, the dame did try to flame her in a negative light. So, Doug Swallow is one of the few victims who did absolutely nothing wrong. He was just trying to be a good person and tell somebody who their girlfriend really was. Is it true? Did he really say that? That's ridiculous. Wait, one more thing. After I pushed him that day, I got worried and came back to have a look. And she was there. Dolly was right there. She was crouched down next to him. What? She told me not to ever tell anyone about it. But I'm sorry, Dolly. Your Honor, the defense is... Miss Faye, you tell them. Dolly didn't do it. She's in it. What the fuck, Phoenix? Dude, you literally just told me information that says that Dolly's a bad person. What do you want me to do with that? I have literally been saying that Dahlia Hawthorne is guilty the whole time. What do you think I'm gonna do that is gonna help both of you? So Dahlia stole poison 8 months ago, too, huh? If you put that together with Mr. Wright's testimony, then there's only one conclusion. The defense believes that Miss Dahlia Hawthorne stole poison on the night before she killed Doug Swallow. The night before? Naturally, her motive in stealing it was to kill someone. Miss Faye. Sorry, buddy, but it was either you or her, and you're innocent. If you're so certain of your theory, then let me ask you one thing. Mia, there's your last chance. Think carefully now. There's something that she definitely wanted to get back. Therefore, who exactly was Miss Hopper planning to kill? Not you. Not you. Not herself. Why did that the necklace back? Why did that the necklace back? She was planning to kill Phoenix, maybe? I might save. I'm gonna save. Oh, I can't save. Okay, I'm gonna have to do the wild shot. There's only one person who was standing severely in Miss Hawthorne's way. And that person was... Mr. Phoenix Wright. Me? That's preposterous. After all, it was Doug Swallow who was murdered. Well, it's true that's how things turned out. But let's remember that Doug Swallow died of electrocution. and not poisoning. The person that Miss Hopper was planning to poison was, in fact, you, Phoenix Wright, and no one else. But how could that be? I thought Mr. Wright and Miss Hopper were Maggie and Young. You actually bought that shit? It was fake as hell. They met in one day, and suddenly they're Maggie and Young. Sorry, Dad. Give me 1 minute. We are yelling this. Put this back here. Poor Mr. Wright. This must be killing him. I guess it's time to put him out of his misery. Hang in there. I'll bring her to justice. I swear. And not the good kind, the bad kind. As I said before, there's only one thing Miss Hawthorne truly cares about, was herself. The one piece of evidence linking her to the incident 6 months ago. That's right, the bottle of messages. That's all she cared about. But even so, why would she go as far as to murder him? Because she could go to jail forever and ever? Something tells me you don't know how long forever is. Just 8 months ago, after the fall of the attorney in the basement cafeteria. Why is the cafeteria in the basement? Miss Hawthorne could only think of one thing. I need how to get rid of this bottle as quickly as possible. No, it can't be. It was a pretty good move she made too. The evidence was missing for a long time. But there was just one big problem. Although she got him to hide the evidence, Mr. Wright refused to return it to her. To him, that tiny old bottle was a sacred treasure. He even showed it to everyone he met. You mean that's why she tried to kill Mr. Wright? Correct, Your Honor. It was to retrieve that piece of evidence. That can't be true! Damn. Feeny, what a joke you are. Honestly, how can any woman ever count on you for anything? I even told you time and time again to keep your trap shut about me and that necklace. You disgust me. Miss Hawthorne! It appears we're nearing the end of this trial. Fine. I can tell you plan on making me out to be a criminal no matter what I say. You are a criminal, Miss Hawthorne. We'll see about that, but first, where's your evidence? It seems your sniveling crybaby of a client ate the bottle I just snapped. Hey, old man, are you senile or something? Why don't you say something instead of sitting there with that dumb look on your face? Miss Hawthorne, what happened to you? Are you really that shocked? Or do you prefer me this way, Mr. George? With absolutely no proof, You treat a voluntary witness like she's a mass murderer. Well, I have nothing more to say. I'll be heading home now if you don't mind. But we're not finished. Fine. Fine. Then ask this nasty old hat. Wait, no idea. Fine. Then ask this nasty old hat to finish up already. Damn. I tell you, I heard that away this time. Shut up, Mia. If you keep on pushing without evidence, you to pay the ultimate price as a lawyer. What is that? What is the ultimate price as a lawyer? The ultimate price? You'd be forced to take off your attorney badge forever, I'm afraid. You'd better think it over carefully, Miss Faye. Or should I say, Miss Blay. Well, Miss Faye, or Miss Blay, can you provide evidence that would establish your guilt once and for all? If I mess up here, my career as a lawyer is over. But to be honest, at this point, I don't even have any evidence that's well-founded. Even so, I'd rather use my attorney badge than let her get away with murder a second time. Your Honor, the defense would like to present proof. Impossible. You can't possibly. Stupid woman. It is the opinion of the court that there has already been enough discussion. Therefore, I will allow only one piece of evidence to be presented. Just one? Am I really supposed to turn this whole thing about with just one piece of evidence? If you are unable to establish her guilt, then I'm afraid a very harsh verdict will immediately be handed down upon Mr. Wright. But yet, do you even have enough evidence to prove it was him now? I've disproven so much. I understand, Your Honor. I could just imagine the headlines for tomorrow's paper. Up-and-coming lawyer plummets to earth before he gets a chance to soar. Man, can we talk about how Dahlia basically predicted, Mia Faye's rise to, fame? Okay, sure, she's saying it ironically, but, Mia Faye actually did get prominence. So, they kind of, what was it? Prophetic? She was planning to poison Mr. Wright. If that's the case, then the poison was probably in there. Well then, Mr. Wright, Miss Faye, please present your evidence. Show the court irrefutable proof that Miss Hawthorne was planning to poison Mr. Wright. I mean, I thought it would then be harder, but they basically gave us the proof evidence already. It had to be at a place she would eat or drink, so it had to be this. I'm surprised that one wasn't an instantaneous loss. Only a partial loss. Here it is, Your Honor. The evidence that will prove her guilty once and for all. Toll Killer X. Phoenix Wright's beloved toll medicine. Does your rookie defense attorney have a bit of a told? If I did, I still wouldn't take this toll medicine. After all, it's been poisoned. What? Remember what the defendant said. in his testimony. But I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the accident. I always eat with Dolly. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. She was the one who took his bottle of Told Killer X. Then she poisoned it, knowing that Mr. Wright was going to take some. But now you're really laughing at she's wrong. Yeah, we don't really have any evidence that it is poison, do we? After all, it was the victim, Judge Flolo, who was holding the medicine. I would like the tort to recall the time that occurred here 8 months ago. Where did Miss Hawthorne hide the evidence? Huh? What is she talking about? 8 months ago, the poison was hidden in her bottle necklace, which she gave to someone else for safekeeping. Someone she accidentally ran into in the reading room. My client, Phoenix Wright. Yes, that's right. She did the same thing this time as well. After shoving the victim, Mr. Wright left the scene of the crime. Right when the murderer, Dahlia Hawthorne, appeared. With her, she was carrying the poison bottle of Told Killer X. This, of course, was so that she could carry out her plan to murder Mr. Wright. I believe she did testify she would then meet with the defendant. Yes, and she heard and saw everything that happened at the scene of the crime. Wow, so it was just bad luck that Judge Flolo died. If she wasn't there, then she would have been alive still. Yeah, if she wasn't there to overhear it, she wouldn't have killed him. Including what the defendant and the victim were arguing about, and the cut electrical table. Right when you realized, I can't allow Judge Flolo to live. She used the severed electrical table to silence him forever. Unfortunately for her, this is when a problem had occurred. Mr. Wright, who she thought had left the scene, came back to check on the victim. And on top of that, because of the power outage, some students showed up. It's hardly any wonder that she was, as she put it, in a state of panic. Recall that she was carrying the bottle of poison cold medicine. She must have thought, what if they searched me like they did 8 months ago? 8 months ago? Yes, she disposed of the evidence exactly the same way she did last time. And she is not saying anything. She had someone else hold it. In this case, Judge Flolo. Oh, come on now, everyone. Surely you aren't fooled by this, are you? This stupid woman, she's nothing but a filthy, dainty liar. Right, Mr. Prosecutor? Huh? Yes, that's exactly right. It's just pure desperation. I wonder which one of us is the desperate one. So, Miss Hawthorne? This cold medicine, I wonder if you wouldn't mind tasting some. Huh? Well, Mr. Wright ate that message of yours, right? Now it's your turn to prove your innocence. What do you say? If I'm such a filthy stinking liar, then there's no need to worry. So come on, show us. I dare you to take some of this medicine right now. Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Do you think you won? Well, do you, Miss Fey? Mia Fey? That's just fine. For the time being, victory is yours. For the time, or for the time being. Well, I have a very long memory, you know. You and I will meet again. I'm sure of it. Huh? Well then, Mr. Judge, I'll see you later too, okay? Huh? Why? Yes. I'm going to spend a little quality time with the men in blue now. I wish you all the best. Damn, I'm told. She's definitely coming back. I bet she did be like the main villain or whatever. It's finally all over. I refuse to accept this! The defense hasn't shown a single scrap of evidence to support their outrageous claims. But even so, your witness seemed to have accepted it. I don't care! I'm whipped in pain! And I don't believe one word this rookie has said. Well then, Mr. Payne, let me ask you this. Yes? Would you care to try this cold medicine? What? Just a little earlier, I could have sworn you said. There. It's alright, rookie. For example, I would trust the witness, Miss Hawthorne, with my life. So, if she's so trustworthy, then I'm sure there couldn't possibly be any poison in here, right? You see, well... And here comes the back pedal. Come on now, rookie killer. Show this rookie how it's done. How much trust do you really have for this woman? Are you willing to bet your life? No! My hair is flying off! My beautiful hair! No, my hair! No! My hair is all gone. No. Mr. Payne, about Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Yes, Your Honor. I'll plush and paper for her immediate arrest. Tragic, but not too surprising. I knew there was something suspicious about her from the very beginning. No, you didn't, Judge. Just admit you were wrong. It's more honorable that way. Don't lie. Just admit you were wrong. By the way, Miss Fay. Yes, Your Honor? Was it just me, or did you and Miss Hawthorne seem to know each other? Your Honor, whether or not we did had no bearing on this case. Damn, you're shooting it back at him. Very well. Mr. Payne. This can't be happening. It's a nightmare. It's like using to my daughter. You have a daughter? It seems Mr. Payne has lost his spirit along with his hair. Did the defense have anything further to say? It can't be true. My dear Dolly! Very well then. I believe I am ready to pass judgment and bring this trial to an end. The court finds the defendant, Phoenix Wright, not guilty! Hooray, hurrah, hippity-daw. Yeah, we did it, guys. This court is adjourned. April, why do we keep reading these on your command? Mia, you were wonderful out there. Thank you for everything, Mr. Glowsbird. During the verdict, I thought my hemorrhoids were about to explode like Mount Vesuvius. Mr. Glowsbird, do you, maybe think you should stop talking about them? That's rather rude. I'm thinking about my debut. Well, anyway, this case has really made me think. What does it really mean to have a relationship? A mutual trust with the client. Perhaps it is we veteran lawyers who have lost sight of this. Damn. I guess you're right. Even Glowsbird in Turnabout Dubai, he was kind of suspicious of Miles Edgeworth killing his father. Oh, Mr. Wright, congratulations. Thanks. You know, I was dating. Go on. The dolly I saw up there on the witness stand? I don't think that would be really her. I think it would be like a clone or an alien or like an evil twin or something. Huh? What? Yeah, the dolly I know would have never said those kinds of things. Maybe she was like, I don't know, a fate or something. Boy, this poor kid had your daughter too. You need to forget about her, Mr. Wright. For your own sake. Yeah, you're right. That's probably for the best. Also, you need to relax a bit more. Try to glow up a little. But out of all my friends, everyone always says I'm the most grown up. What kind of company did this guy keep? Yeri. But right now, I'm studying to become a lawyer myself. That's what you keep saying. But I thought you were in the art department. Well, yeah, I am. But there's a friend that I desperately want to help. And if I hurry, then I should still be able to save him in time. Continuity with Miles Edgeworth. I see. Say, Miss Faye, a lawyer is someone who can help people when they're in trouble, right? Mr. Wright, I'm still new at this myself, but I think that's exactly what a lawyer is. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna study my butt off. I'll become a lawyer for sure. I hope we see each other again someday. Maybe even in court. You have no idea. She's gonna be your mentor in like a year or something. It's been 5 years since I was acquitted of all charges. I became a lawyer like I planned, and had managed to save my friend. But Miss Faye had passed on to a better place. For me, this case brings up a lot of painful memories. But it also brings up a lot of precious ones. And memories that I thought would never rise to the surface again. Mia is gone now. But even so, I can hear her in my mind. Phoenix, no matter what, always believe in your client. Okay, as you can see in this image, she has something under her outer layer. She has a blazer that covers up a bit more of her chest than her old self did. So I wonder if she almost became more conservative as she, rose to prominence. And I told y'all, your greatest weapon is your belief. I also think she got a new haircut. Did you notice that? 5 long years. Something has happened that made me think back to her words of wisdom. But that is a story for another day. Episode 1, Turnabout Memories. The end. Who is that? A brand new episode has been added. Episode 2, Turnabout. The stolen turnabout. Okay, this is about a theft. Yes, same plot less. Okay, guys, that did do it for this case, and I have to say, it was really good. I loved the villain, although it was still kind of cliche. The villain was pretty obvious, but I felt like that wasn't really the point of it, was it? But yeah, I do hope we see what her first case was, why it was so traumatizing, and I have a feeling we're gonna get all of that eventually in this very game. But yeah, I loved seeing the origins of Miss Faye as an attorney, and I really wish we got. I would love to see more of that coming down the line. And maybe that could be his own game. Mia Faye, Ace Attorney, I don't know. But yeah, I also hope we learn more about her boyfriend who got poisoned. I feel like that needed a bit more detail. Maybe we'll meet him later. I don't know. Seeing Phoenix as a college student really made me wonder what happened in those, what happened in, a couple years to turn him into, the attorney we met at the first game. Because, this guy, she was, a totally different character to me. But you know what? I still saw him. His belief in others, it's still there. It's just that, we knew that he was aiming it. We knew he was aiming it at the wrong person. So that's why it felt different. But that belief is still the same. But, yeah. I really hope to see you guys next time for episode 2, The Stolen Turnabout. Bye!